stack 9?
No problem stacking these.
So we can only go 100 high, right?
No, as high as you want. Gotta release 20. As high as you want, but release 20.
We were way off.
Hey guys, we're going to start in here in a couple minutes. Get some patience here. We got a couple technical things. As you can see, there's the table. I don't know. Can you guys let me know if you hear me out there in Twitchland?
We got him a full today. That's where it is.
Ryan Chua, let me know if you can hear me, please. It's Ebony. Go ahead and
Same as they
write a
always
message
have
on
been.
there.
If audio is on. Can you guys hear me as well? If you can hear Ebony, write Ebony. And if you can hear Jesse, write Jesse. Please.
Oh, I got her.
It's okay. I'm used to it. I did that for Brennan. I'm used to being harassed. Man, y'all got a big crowd over here. Rain delay.
Can you guys hear us? How's the audio?
Can anybody hear Jesse?
This is more TV time.
All right, we got an Ebony. Am I loud enough? Ebony and Jesse. All right.
Yes, all right.
No, not yet.
Are we loud enough, guys, or do we need to fix
This
this?
is taking.
Shit. Okay. So 20s, right?
Oh my God.
All right, Glenn.
Derek, go the Yurgas.
Tab him a little. I'm in.
So, I have a question. So if we get
This is
out,
the ultimate commentating experience for me. I get to talk, but I don't have to hear myself. Because whenever I hear myself, I judge my own voice.
Open up the check lane. It's my house. Come on, turn it up. Hear a knock on the door and the night begins. Cause we've done this before, so you come on in. Make yourself at my home. Tell me where you've been. Pour yourself something cold, baby. Cheers to this. Sometimes you gotta stay in, and you know where I live. Yeah, you know what we is. Sometimes you gotta stay in. Welcome to my house, baby. Take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go around.
Hey guys, Ebony Kenny here, coming to you from the Bar Poker Open National Championship, but this time we're in Las Vegas, Nevada, at the Golden Nugget Hotel and Casino.
Having a great time here, and I want to thank our league for sponsoring me down here. And I got to tell you guys, this is top notch.
It's very entertaining and very enlightening, seeing how people play in different parts of the country.
I ended up getting a royal flush.
It is absolutely amazing that the players have the opportunity to compete in a $100,000 prize pool just for
Can
playing
you guys hear us?
bar poker.
Let me know if we're loud enough.
This is like a World Series of Poker to them.
This is a dream for them to be here playing, because they, as a bar poker player, they probably would never experience this. So this is great.
It's only going to get bigger. That's the thing. I mean, and these guys, they're going to be able to come out and actually play for lots of money coming down the road, which is going to be amazing.
I got so this guy on Twitter yelled at me for that was the craziest.
I'm coming to you
ever.
from day 1B.
That's all I wrote. And he went off on me. And I'm telling the story as like a pity me story to Vanessa and Dylan Wilkerson. They're both like, yeah, I was mad at you about that too. And I was like, what? So apparently that's not even okay to do.
Jeez. People are so sensitive about their Game of Thrones now.
I know. Remember back in the day when you could just talk about stuff, and if it was a TV show, it wasn't a big deal.
No.
Now shows are like so good, people don't want them ruined.
Yeah.
Television has gone a long way. It's mostly HBO's fault. They're just so far ahead of the curve.
All right, guys, it seems like we're starting here. Sorry, we got caught up in Game of Thrones. Welcome to the Bar Poker Open. We're here at Golden Nugget Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada, and we are in Las Vegas for the first time ever. I'm Ebony Kenny, and I have Jesse Sylvia with me. Whoop, whoop.
What up?
All right, as you can see, we got started. So we'll go ahead and introduce the players. So in seat 1, we have Donna Rohwer, and I gave her the nickname Hot Donna. And
Hot Donna.
she's from the Nevada Poker League, and obviously from Nevada, she's, Hot Donna. What can I say?
Yeah. C2 is Andy Giatas. He is from Drake at Mass.
Oh, it's Giatas. Come on.
Giatas. I'm sorry. When we talked earlier, he just said his first name to me, so I didn't learn how to pronounce it. But either way, I like Andy. He's hilarious. Andy's from Mass, so that's always great for me.
And he's from the Eastern Poker Tour. I can't forget about that. Let's see. C3, we've got Tim McPhillips, and he's from also Eastern Poker Tour.
Tim is the short stack coming into today. He said that he felt no pressure about coming in as the short stack, which is a great way to approach it for sure.
Yeah, no big deal. And C4, we've got one of my favorites.
Debbie Yurga.
Hey.
I would assume he would say the better half of the Yurga clan.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know, we've got a husband and wife duo, Debbie and Mark Yurga. They're in seats 4 and 6, actually. So I'll go ahead and introduce seat 6. I'm going to skip seat 5, but just for the sake of, whatever. But seat 5, we have Philip Willmeth, which is, so close to Philip Hellmuth. But he is from the Poker Pub of Tucson, and it's his first Bar Poker Open. Let's see.
We going for seat 7? Or
yeah. Well, we know Mark Yurga, the other half of Yurga's, is in seat 6.
Seat 7 is Rich Brennan. He is from Boston and the home of the champs, he wrote.
He's from Boston when?
Yeah, and he's coming in second in chips, so he'll be a force.
Yeah, we've got the chip counts on the screen there for you guys that can see. We have the chip leader coming in is seat 6, and that's Phil. And then to round it out, we've got seat 8. That's Thomas McDonald, and he's also out of the Nevada Poker League. So we've got a couple good showings from Nevada. It's their first time being part of the Bar Poker Open, so welcome to them. And you guys saw the first hand. I don't even know who won, but I know it was Ace-10.
By the way, I don't know how many husband-wife duos made it all the way out here. I'm assuming it's not that many to begin with, but even if there's like 10, for a husband and wife duo to make the final table out of like around 600 people,
yeah,
that's crazy. And that's really cool. And I know I played a few tournaments that Ashley's also played. That's like kind of the dream, is you do it together. That's something really remarkable.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I think the extent that I have with playing with like a significant other is last year, my boyfriend at the time, we played a tag team event, and he actually knocked us out, and I lost, and we had a side bet, and I had to wear a diaper. And so I was furious at him because he was the reason we busted, and then I had to wear the diaper.
He should have worn a diaper with you for
solidarity. He wore a binky. He had a pacifier, but what a joke.
Oh, well, that's not the same thing at all, but that's reasonable.
Yeah, I told him that I wouldn't make him. Like, we were both supposed to wear the diaper, but I had to, like, play the good girlfriend card, and I was like, you know.
Let him off the hook?
I did let him off the hook.
I would have made him wear 2 diapers. Tim just went all in and got through, so he's got a few more chips to play with.
Oh.
It says Tim in 8th, but he's still there.
Way to go, guys.
He just got his all in through, so I'm guessing he picked up like, around 200,000 more to his stack, which is a huge deal for him right now because he had like 5 to start the final table.
Let's see. All right, we've got Thomas in seat. It says 9, but he's in seat 8, I believe. He's got Ace-10 of hearts.
It's a good starting hand. Slipper Fingers pointed out on Twitch that it sucks that half of the Yurga clan will be in the big blind when the other half is on the button. Yeah, that does suck. That means they're most likely to have to play hands against each other, but during the interviews, they didn't really sound like they were afraid of battling with each other. They were very supportive, but they're also very, very competitive. And
yeah, in fact, it was quite the opposite. Like when I mentioned to Mark that, hey, husband-wife team, he's like, we're not a team. He was like, I'll take her ass out if I need to. He was, very quick to say that, he doesn't care. So interesting. I think we were going to see some fireworks here on this. Maybe. We'll see. Okay, so Thomas with the Ace-10 of hearts. His, let's see, he's from Columbus, Ohio, retired. He's got 10 grandkids and 5 great-grandkids.
Yeah, and during the interview, I was like, you have a big family. He goes, it's not that big. I was like, what's a big family then? That seems like a pretty big family. He's like, well, I don't got to take care of them. You know, my son does. I was like, all right, fair enough. That's a sweet spot to be in.
That is a lot of grandkids and great-grandkids. He's 71, so, you know, for those of you that don't know about Bar Poker Open, it's such a great thing. Jesse, I know that this is your first time doing the live stream with us here at the official, like, the national championship, but it's such a huge deal. I think they started with, I want to say, 12 bar leagues, and now we're up to 32 with 27 representing here today alone from 23 different states.
Yeah, and
Insane.
that's from 2 years ago, right?
Yeah.
That's a crazy amount of
Less
growth.
than a year and a half.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
I'm just, like, as soon as the whole concept of what's going on was explained to me initially, it's just so easy. It's just such a cool concept, what they're doing, and I don't know, it's really easy to get behind it and kind of root for it to grow and just get bigger and just send more people out that, like, normally might not get to experience, you know, like the Las Vegas summertime
Yeah,
for the poker world, which is like, I mean, Vegas in the summer, for people who haven't been out here, is like, it's like a convention for poker players. It's like the biggest thing of the year, and just to be out here and around it is such a privilege.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those. It's one of those things that, like, for me personally, I know I will never forget the first time I walked into the Rio during the World Series of Poker.
Yeah,
it's one of those memories that will always have a big impression on you, even if you're just a fan of poker.
Yeah,
you know,
and every single year, you'll still, no matter how cool you are for it, you'll still walk in and get giddy a little bit.
Of course.
When Rio's fired up and everyone's in there. It's something special.
Yeah, that's for sure. And so I don't know if you guys know, but there's a $100K guaranteed prize pool on this event, and first place is $24,000. They're playing for a nice chunk of change for a free roll, huh?
Yeah, definitely. That's a pretty good return on investment of 0. That was an interesting hand, by the way. Mark just raised it up on that king high flop. He had the same hand as Bill, and he just won the pot.
Nice.
They both had top pair and a 4, and he just, sometimes aggression can do things that aren't even expected. You know, he was like just trying to protect his hand, get a little value, and he got the same hand to fold, which is really cool.
All right, hot Donna. She's raising it with king 9 off. I like it.
Yeah, I like this too. I think she's probably perceived to be a little bit tight, and so raising hands like this, she's gonna get a lot of people to make folds that they normally wouldn't make to other players. She just has this kind of aura of her where you would think that she's like real conservative and just kind of chill and going with the flow, and then she just raises up the king 9.
And she just gets a call out of the ace king. So Donna's spirit animal is a turtle.
Really?
Yeah, we gave all the final table lists, you know, some questionnaire to fill out. We got some serious questions, but overall we got some fun questions. And the last question was, what is your spirit animal? And Donna's spirit animal is a turtle.
What's your spirit animal, Ebony?
A unicorn.
What?
I'm definitely a unicorn.
A unicorn?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Although, like, now, like, the unicorn itself is gaining, like, popularity, and it's becoming a thing.
As a spirit animal or as a imaginary?
Just as a
animal.
As just a thing to claim, I guess. I don't know. So I might have to create a new animal. Just like come up with my own thing. So we'll see. And she's involved with Mark, and his spirit animal is an eagle.
Wow. So who wins that battle? We just missed what happened in that hand.
It looks like Hot Donna took it down. I think she probably put a c-bet out there.
Yeah, I think the flop was like 2-4-6, so she probably just bet. And see, that's what I'm saying. Like, if she's perceived to be really tight and she isn't, he just calls with ace king, whereas against somebody else he might re-raise and go all in. Right. And then she just gets to win this pot that she would never even get to see the flop normally. If it was played more standardly against her. So that's like, if she's aware of that, she could be super dangerous.
Yeah, I like it. She said she's an introvert, but I don't know, playing that hand like that. Let's see. And guys, make sure if you're watching on Twitch, you know, if you're on Twitter, you know, hashtag Bar Poker Open, and ask us some questions. Feel free. You know, Jesse and I are here. You know, we're buckled in, ready for a long ride, and ready to answer any questions you guys might have.
Tim might be all in here. He's got a pretty strong hand, and he's... Oh, he decides to get conservative and fold. That's... It's okay. He is really short, so he's going to have to find a hand soon.
Yeah, I think right now 8th place is guaranteed 2,500, so or 2,400, right around, give or take a couple dollars. So a big disparity between 8th and 1st. So it's not a bad idea for him to buckle down.
No, for sure, and also it's it sucks a little bit to get on the final table and only get to play 2 hands. So I could. Anytime you play a final table, you can expect people to be slightly more trigger shy than they would be if it was 40 hands in or something like that. Because this is like a really fun experience, and it's something unique, and you don't want it to end immediately.
No, of course not. I mean, you think about like right now, the World Series is going on, right? And how many of those events aren't televised, aren't live streamed?
Yeah.
There's a couple.
There's tons.
And here these guys are, they're playing for fun. They traveled from all over. This is a big deal. And they can have their family and friends watching at home. And,
Yeah, absolutely.
I wouldn't want to go either.
Which is another reason why Donna's raise with the King-9 offsuit was a really good raise. At the first 5 hands, people are the most likely to play really tight and really straightforward. And she took a little bit of an advantage of that, and that's really good play. I'm just bragging for her because I picked her as my favorite to win it. So
I like it. And look at this. Like, Tim folds the ace-9 suited, and Mark just has ace-jack. Like, hey, if you're playing results-oriented poker.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? No, but that's the thing. Like, he can jam there. It's profitable for him to jam. But at the same time, when he jams, he will run into a hand like that a lot. He was under the gun, or under the gun 1. So, like, that's going to happen a lot.
Yeah.
Not enough to make it not an okay jam, but...
Good bet, Yurga.
And Mark just takes it down. I think he took it down with a couple limpers. So not
Mark
a
has won a lot of chips already.
2.3 million. As you can see, Tim's down to 5 bigs, but he's hanging in there. Hot Donna's got 18 bigs.
Good bet.
What did she come in with initially?
She came in with 1.5 million. She was 6th in chip.
Nice.
There's the payouts, guys. As you can see, 24.52 for 8th, and an even 24,000 for 1st.
I have BM Child just asked me to give his mom a shout out. BM Mom Child. BM Child's mom.
It might just be BM Mom, huh?
BM Mom. Yeah, BM Mother maybe, because like Child is pretty official. So BM Mother, what's up? Hello, shout out. Andy probably getting with the dealer after it's over, says Rob Champagne. That seems like somebody named Rob Champagne. That seems like something that they would say.
Maybe he's got some inside information that we don't know about,
Oh, that could be true. Where is Andy?
Andy just actually raised with King 10 of Hearts.
Oh, there he is. Okay, okay.
His favorite poker hand is the nuts.
That's a good hand to like. On any street, the nuts is a pretty good hand.
Yeah. His favorite TV show is Portlandia. Have you ever seen that show?
Yes.
I've heard some decent things about it, but I've never watched it. So.
I watched like 2 episodes, and it was hilarious, but it was all it was doing was making fun of like people in Portland for being really big hipsters. So I was like, how do you maintain multiple seasons? You know what I mean? Like if the whole joke is like if the whole joke is just like, okay, we're hipsters in Portland. But then I talked to people and they were like, yeah, it's a really good show and it's been good for a couple of years. So I'm sure there's like more substance to it. Oh my God, how does a king come on this flop?
So everyone has a king involved in this hand. Debbie's got the best of it with king, queen. She flops top 2. But
this is such an outrageous flop.
Yeah, and Andy's the one that raised, and he just got 2 flats behind him. He's got to think he's got the best of it, I would think.
Donna's going to lead out, and potentially it could save her because if Andy might just call. He probably should just call, but if he does raise and then Debbie goes all in, then Donna will actually potentially not lose all of her chips, which would be a huge win for a flop like this. Yeah, look, Andy's raising. I wonder if Debbie just calls.
And as a reminder for those of you who don't know, Debbie that has flop top 2, she's, part of the duo, the husband and wife duo that's made this final table. So obviously she's got,
She goes all in.
She goes all in.
And I can't imagine Andy can fold after putting this many. I mean, he might find a fold just because he knows she's never bluffing and he's like always beat. But like at the same time, he's put a lot of chips in there, so it's going to be really tough to fold.
Yeah.
But Donna actually could potentially get away from this, which would be a huge, huge win. Anytime you have, 14 big blinds, 15 big blinds, and you flop top pair, you're like psyched to get it in.
Hot Donna folds.
And now Andy's just in like the grossest situation because he's put in more than a third. Yeah, he
and
calls.
He's just got to make that crying call. He knows
he just has so many chips in there though. Like, folding's just impossible. It would actually be like, I mean, we know that because she has king queen, we know that he could have folded his hand against that exact hand, but against the type of hand that she'd go all in with, it would be a mistake for him to fold anyways. Oh, he actually picked up an out. Like, he can now hit a jack for the win.
Or an ace for a chop.
Yeah.
Well, and Hot Donna actually had king jack of spades. If you remember.
Oh my God, would she have won?
She would have won the hand.
Oh no.
She would have just turned the net draw.
Yeah, that's insane. She would have the royal draw right on the turn.
So one half of the Yurga is doubles up. Actually, probably more than doubles up considering the action pre and on the flop.
Yeah,
so.
She just picked up, I would say, 1 1/4 of her stack extra. That's huge.
Yeah. For those of you that don't know, Debbie actually came in, she finished day 1A as chip leader.
Really?
Yeah.
So she just cruised through this whole thing, basically.
She absolutely did. And actually, yesterday when I was doing some interviews, some player interviews and stuff, someone told me, oh, Debbie, you got to look out for her. And here she is at the final table.
Yeah.
That's great.
That's awesome.
All right, I got Darth Klon. He says, Ebony with a heart. Hi, Darth Klon.
This whole chat's just going nuts for
Team
Yurga. I like it.
Shout out to Kimberly Perkins, who's the Suda Poker owner and my dance partner, my official dance partner for all bar poker events, but she's not here today, so.
Official or like?
Official. It's a thing.
Wow.
We're a couple. Like, she's my dance partner at all player parties at the bar poker open.
Awesome. Who's the better dancer?
Definitely Kim.
Definitely who?
Definitely Kim.
Really?
Yeah, she's great.
All right, we're gonna have to see this. Debbie just picks up another hand, so this is gonna be. This might be another big pot for her.
Debbie is a stay-at-home mom, and she takes care of her grandson, Carson. So shout out to Carson, actually.
What's up, Carson? Carson, if you're in the chat,
I think he's like 3.
Oh, really? Carson, if you're in the chat, you're the most impressive human being of all time. Congrats on learning how to type at 3 years old. I was like 19 when I learned how to type. And I had to use Mavis Beacon.
You know, I'm 30-something. I still don't know how to type. So.
Yeah, it's debatable whether I can type or if I just sort of punch things into my phone and then the autocorrect figures out what words I'm trying to say.
Well, I think we've established that your penmanship is pretty awful, right?
What's that?
Your penmanship is pretty awful,
My penmanship is terrible.
You know, I think Mark could give you a run for your money there.
Actually, you'd be surprised. Actually, this is, his writing's not very good either.
I wish there was a way we could show you guys Mark's bio sheet. It's pretty epic as far as penmanship goes.
I think Mark tried to write this with his left hand, to be totally honest.
Oh, we might get some more fireworks here. Yeah.
Oh, unfortunately for Andy, he has a huge hand, and he doesn't have enough chips to get Debbie to fold, and she has a flip. Like, his hand often is just going to get in really good against stuff like ace-jack or ace-queen or king-queen, for instance, but Debbie has a pair, and she doesn't have, he doesn't have enough chips to get her to fold, so he's going to have to flip instead of being in a really, really good spot.
So I wonder what Phil does here. I mean, obviously he's like priced into call here. Because I don't think Debbie can raise. So the action, like he gets to close the action with king queen.
Yeah, I mean, it would actually be kind of a sweet play by him in general to raise, because Debbie would probably have to fold, and then he would just get a better chance at winning a big pot. I mean, we know Andy has ace-king, so it wouldn't work out so well for him most of the time. But a lot of the time, Andy goes all in with just an ace or, you know, a small pair, and then he gets to flip. Wow, he's
just
folded.
Folds. All right, so we got heads up, all in, ace-king versus ace.
That was a very tight fold. He's going to be really happy about it since he's going to see the ace-king. This is when the flop's like 2 or 3 queens.
So we got a jack-7 deuce rainbow flop. Pretty safe flop for eights. That's all she wrote for Andy Giatas.
That was really brutal for Andy. He came in. I talked to him before he came in. He was all excited. He felt really good about the table and his play. And I mean, he didn't do anything wrong, really. He just ran top pair into top pair and lost a flip. And
yeah, and I, like you said, like he was super calm. He came in third in chips. You know, no reason why he couldn't have made a deep run, and he just got a little bit unlucky. So Andy Giatas is out in 8th place, and he takes home 24 and change. I believe it was 24.52. I'm guessing there, guys.
this is why I like tournaments so much, because even when you lose, you win a bunch of money if you make the final table.
Yeah. So Debbie's now the overwhelming chip lead. She's got almost double to second in chips. So we're down to 7.
Debbie's stack looks enormous right now.
Hot Donna's all by herself over there.
Did you watch the final table of the World Series the year that Jamie Gold won it?
I do, but I don't remember anything.
They had this aerial view kind of like right now, and it was like the last year before they realized that they have to start coloring up chips, because
was it just absurd?
There's 3 people at the table, and his stack is taking up like a third of the table. He had so many chips, it was like a dream or something. I don't know, it was just insane. And the other guy's stacks were, you know, a tenth of his. So they had like these little tiny stacks of chips, and he just has these mountains that just spanned across the whole table. And then the next year they're like, oh, we should make bigger chips. That would be a good idea.
I think there's got to be something to be said about like the psyche of other players seeing that mountain of chips, because if they had colored it up, it wouldn't be quite as intimidating, because aesthetically your brain doesn't really process the mountain of chips.
No, for sure.
And there you're just like, I've got no shot. This guy has literally every chip.
Yeah. No, it's silly. Because you know how many chips they have. Like, they could tell you the number, and it still is a little bit scarier that they have so many physical chips in front of them. Yeah. And there are people who will like never trade out their quarters or never trade out the 100 chips just so they can look a little bit scarier. No, it's a smart move.
Yeah, I love being like the green chip leader. You know, I'm always the one that colors up, you know, the 25s and the 100s. I enjoy it.
You've probably gone all in multiple times in your life, and somebody should have called, but they didn't, because they're like, oh, she just has a lot of chips.
Yep, that's exactly right.
And even if it only happens once, it's worth it. There's no downside.
Yeah. So Mark raises with ace queen off. I think he's just going to take it down here unless something crazy happens. Whoa, I think Debbie got up on her big blind.
Did she?
I don't think she realized she was the big blind.
Or maybe she... Oh, wait. Hold on. She might be the big blind now.
No, now she's
because there might be a dead button.
Oh, maybe, okay.
That would be really funny if she was just like... Sometimes when I really have to go to the bathroom in a tournament and we're like 10 minutes away, I like to get up when it's my big blind, the early levels, because I've done that a couple times and come back and they fought over my blind because I wasn't there so much that somebody got knocked out. And so I always like to leave and be like, I wonder who gets knocked out this time.
It's not bad because, yeah, people do some crazy things when they think there's dead money out there.
Andy's gone. I'm number 2.
Slipper Finger says no, she was under the gun. Thank you, thank you. Brian Chu remembers that Jamie Gold table. This is the person that finished second. Made the worst fold ever when they were three-handed when Jamie Gold won.
Yeah, I remember that folds. I don't think he understood how the payouts worked because the smaller stack was already all in, and then he could have called with a straight flush draw and he folded it. And if he had known that if they both go out at the same time, he still gets second place money, I think he might have called. Maybe he still would have gotten out of the way. It's a tricky situation when you get an extra $1 million for folding a lot of the time.
Yeah.
You don't really want to mess with that.
Well, I was going to say, I can't imagine, you know, like, I mean, you've been there, obviously, but I feel like your brain is just, like, not sure what's going on all the time.
Yeah.
You know? Shout out to Ankush. Is that how you pronounce his name? Ankush. Shout out to Ankush. I know that's a friend of yours, and you're cheering for him. He's final table of the WSOP event.
Yeah.
So, but, you know, this is much more interesting for you guys that are watching the stream. You guys got to watch this. We're seven-handed now, and they're playing for $24,000.
Maybe Debbie just, maybe she wasn't under the gun. Maybe she's the big blind. She's like, you know what, I got so many chips, I should probably just walk away for a minute. She's reaching Jamie Gold levels of chips, that's for sure.
I like it. Guys, don't forget to, you know, tweet us. You can tweet Jesse or myself. I'm at Ebony_Kenny, and Jesse's at Mr. Jesse James 888.
By the way, it says that Debbie came in with 1.5, and Mark came in with 1.7. And I think Debbie now is like 3-3, and Mark has well over 2, maybe closer to 3. So Team Yurga's up like
all the chips.
2 or 3 million. Yeah, what?
Let's see. Only Royal, whatever you're. Oh, Only Royal Straight. That's what I'm going to call you. Shout out to Ebony. Want to see her on Poker After Dark or Poker Night. Poker After Dark, I think, is now defunct, huh? I don't think it's a show that's going anymore.
They kind of died when Full Tilt died. Well, they didn't die. When Full Tilt left, they were the main funders for that. I know the guy who made the show, and he does other poker shows, so he probably was like, okay, time for new things. But they have Poker Night in America. You could, well, maybe don't do that show, actually. Maybe let's all stay away from that show.
We're going to stay away from that topic right now, because this will turn into a complete. Ebony will just, you know, get very heated and.
Oh, fair enough.
We don't need that right now, but I'm not playing that show anytime soon. So.
Fair enough.
Let's see. Fanatic79 says, "Go Mark, welcome to Yurgaville." I like it.
Yeah.
Apparently, you sound like Antonio Esfandiari.
I do?
That's what somebody's saying.
Wow, he looks like Antonio Esfandiari. That's talking now with the lady, LOL.
Oh, no, you
Is that me?
You sound like, yeah.
Well, oh, he sounds like it. Oh, okay. Fair enough. I'll take that as a compliment.
And I'm the lady, I guess. You know, don't call, that's an insult. I'm just kidding. I'll take it. Thanks.
The lady.
So Thomas raises pre and gets called by Jack Deuce Diamonds and by Debbie in the big, and he c-bets, and I thought he might just take it down, but Debbie decides to call the c-bet.
Yeah, Debbie made a pair and probably wants to like just make sure that, you know, he doesn't have like Queen Jack or something like. Oh, she's gonna lead here. This is gonna get a bit dangerous because we know that she has a very, very small chance of winning. Every chip she puts in the pot right now is probably just going to go to Thomas. He's never folding this hand.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting, too, that he's going to just call because he only has 700,000 behind. I don't mind it or anything. It's a sneaky way to play the hand at this point where most people just go all in for the little bit more they have. Now if she put them all in on the river and he folded, this would be the sickest play of all time. But
yeah, I would absolutely have a poker lady crush on Debbie forever if that were a thing.
But she went 3, and I don't. Yeah, he's never gonna fold for 3,000.
Yeah.
300,000.
You got to give it to Debbie though. She's got heart. She didn't give up. So she said, "You know what? I want this pot."
And she still has heaps of chips after that hand. Oh, wow. We have linked to my website. My
Eastern Poker. Shout out to Eastern Poker.
Yeah.
Guys, if you want to get some good information, you know, get the dirt on Jesse. I don't think you're not gonna have any of your own on the dirt on your own website, are you?
No. Man. I don't have much dirt if you don't know my friends at home, anyways. Nothing I do gets published.
Lucky you.
Yeah. Or unlucky, depending on how much you want people knowing your dirt. I'm not saying you do, but there are definitely people in the poker world be psyched to have people publish stuff about
Oh my goodness, I know. All right, let's see if we can find any interesting spirit animals going on. So Andy, unfortunately, who got 8th place, his spirit animal is a gorilla because he's large and brown. That's what he said.
Wow. Andy, I love your style. You're just going to put it out there just right away.
And, you know, he's from the Eastern Poker Tour. So shout out to him for not winning, because if he would have won, he would have quit the Eastern Poker Tour. And he says, sorry, Glenn and Gretel. So, all right, let's see. Tim doesn't have a spirit animal. How did we get 2 eagles and 2 tigers? Tell me that.
I would think the Eagles, back in the day, Phil Hellmuth wrote a book about poker, and he associated different player types with animals, and like the best one was the eagle. So I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but people might have like read that back in the day and just like in the back of their mind, they're like, oh, I want to be like, you know, the eagle. Or they think of themselves the eagle. Either way, like, I have a small theory about that one. The tiger, I have no idea. That might just be like a Chinese zodiac type thing. My sister's the tiger. No, I'm the tiger.
I don't even know what I am.
My sister's the dragon.
I'm gonna have to look this up now, because I know I know it, but I can't remember it.
Google that.
Yeah. Let's see.
Oh, Pietro. Is that the Pietro?
Is that a friend of yours?
Yes.
All right.
Very good friend. Let me see. Pietro, what's up?
So Thomas raised with Ace Jack and got called by Debbie with Ace 10, and I have a feeling she's going to call here. He c-betted Jack Queen 8 flop, and she's got a gut shot, so I think she's a double gut shot actually, so she's going to call.
Pietro recently, well, very recently had a child with, but married my friend Bess, who I grew up with on Martha's Vineyard.
Ah.
And yeah, they're both awesome people.
Shout out to
what's
them.
up, man? How you doing?
Well, congrats on the baby.
Yeah. Am I going to see you guys this summer? Hopefully meet the newborn. Oh, BM Child is Bess. I'm an idiot.
Bad friend alert. Bad friend alert.
I'm sorry, Bess. I'm not good at letters instead of names. Ooh, Debbie, looks like Debbie's going to lose another pot, which is not great for her.
I think she's thinking about calling here.
Thomas with Ace Jack against Debbie is like deadly right now. She's learning the game now. Aw.
I guess in Debbie's spot, like for her, she thinks that like it's hard for her to put him on hand a lot of times. Ace high it might be good there because he went, you know, bet check bet, and most players don't take that line. But obviously,
yeah. I mean, she had a pretty good hand before the flop, and he didn't put in that much after the flop, so she decided to just like make sure that he wasn't bluffing her or something.
Yeah.
But he doesn't really seem like the kind of guy who bluffs, especially when he goes small. He seems like he just kind of picks away at you and puts in little bets. I don't know how much experience she's had with him, because you'll have to remember too that there were 2 tables right before they made the final table. So she could have been on a table that didn't have him, and she has no idea how he plays, and she just wants to make sure she's not getting bluffed.
Yeah. And Thomas's favorite poker hand is anyone that wins.
That's the way to do it.
Yeah, and he's a Bengal tiger. That's the spirit animal. All these kids. I'm just still flabbergasted. 10 grandkids, 5 great grandkids.
You flabbergasted what?
At all the grandkids and great grandkids.
I know, that's awesome. BM Child's mom is going to have several grandkids soon, potentially. All right, we haven't seen much out of Phil. He's been really tight so far, so.
Phil was so nervous coming into the
Really?
interview before the final table. Yeah, he said, he's like, I'm an emotional guy. Don't say anything that's going to make me cry. I told him, I said, don't worry. If you start crying, I'm going to start crying, because I'm super sensitive as well.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So
If he wins, you have to give him a hug.
you have to see his wife. She's smoking hot.
Really?
she's a little younger than Phil, and she is smoking hot.
Yeah, Phil Willmeth.
He said he's living the life. Living the
Where is he
American
from?
dream. Let's see. Phil is from Sahuarita, Arizona. Poker Pub of Tucson. Shout out to Poker Pub. It's their first time joining the Bar Poker Open, and we're glad to have them on board.
Wow. He was the chip leader coming in, right?
He was the chip leader.
And you know what? It seems like he's had to fold in every single pot, but his stack hasn't gone down that much, so he's been like nice and steady the whole time.
Did he just raise
Yeah, it looks like
blind
he just...
versus blind? I think he was a small blind, and he raised and took it down.
Is that an all-in button here, or is that...
No, that's the dealer button now.
Oh, okay.
I think
Yeah,
he
yeah,
was
so
he
he
was a
raised up
small
and took
blind,
it
and he
down.
raised with 6-9 suited. I like it. You know, you haven't heard much from him, but then all of a sudden he's like, you know what? I want this.
Yeah.
His favorite movie is The Sound of Music. I love musicals.
Yeah, that's a really good musical, too.
He and I were talking while they were filling out the bio sheet, and I told him my favorite movie was West Side Story, ever.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and
Oh, cool.
he said that's my second favorite. Do you like any musicals, Jesse?
This is going to sound really funny, but I really like the South Park movie, which I think it's like so genius, because they already have a fan base. They know their movie's going to do well, and then they were like, they're just such geniuses, the Matt Stone and Trey Parker, that they were like, you know what? Screw everyone. We're going to make it a musical. And so they made like a musical out of it. And I think they actually won like Song of the Year in a movie at the Grammys or something. And then the next year at the Grammys, Robin Williams performed Blame Canada. So I feel like that's a legit musical and not like a joke answer.
All right.
Also, have you seen Book of Mormon?
I haven't, and I've heard so many good things about it, and I've been wanting. I have no excuse, to be honest with you.
Well, we were so lucky because they came to Vegas, and it's not nearly as difficult to get tickets or as expensive as the New York one. I mean, you have like a different show. It's a traveling show.
Right.
But it was just, we had an opportunity to see it.
Yeah.
I remember the first year I went to New York, we went, my mom always wants to go see a musical on Broadway, and I was like, oh, there's this one that I would really like to see, and we just happened to not go to one that year. And the next year I went back. My sister was living in New York, so we'd meet them for Christmas. We go back the next year, and it's like $700 to see this play, and it's like a 5-month waiting list or something outrageous.
Unbelievable. I love Wicked. Have you seen Wicked?
No, I heard it's great.
I've seen it like 6 times. I think my kids have seen it 3 times. Like, that's definitely, like, in our family, that's a show that we love. The first time I saw it, I was in London. And
in London?
Yeah, and
cool.
I fell in love. And, you know, the European accents didn't hurt
yeah.
either.
So it's not normally with like a British accent, right? Like
no,
that's cool.
It started in New York, but the first time I saw it, I was lucky enough to see it in London with one of my best friends, and she and I just fell in love with the show, and I came back and immediately saw it in New York.
Yeah.
And took my kids to see it, and every time it comes around, they're like, we have to go see it.
That's awesome. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
I saw the Curious Incident of the Boy in the Night, or the Boy with the Dog in the Night, when I was in London. And it was a really cool play. But then Ashley was playing poker. Ashley's my girlfriend, for everyone. Was playing poker a couple months later with a guy from London. And he was like, yeah, about like 2 weeks after you guys were there, part of the roof caved in and fell on, of that playhouse, and fell on some audience members. So we were like 2 weeks away from having a roof fall on us. So we got action.
We got some action.
Okay, so Tim is finally all in because he got really short. By the way, his full with ace-9 probably allowed him to make extra money.
And here, he's just getting unlucky here. He obviously has the best hand pre-flop.
Yeah.
But Rich he snagged a big piece of it, so.
Well, he could still hit a queen or a 9.
Don't prolong the agony.
And shout out to Tim, by the way, who he's out in 7th place. I think we'll put the payouts up there again one more time. I'm not sure what 7th place pays. But he's a professional Keno player. I've never met a professional Keno player. Well, until today.
Can I tell you a secret?
No.
He's not a professional Keno player.
Wow. So he trolled me and it worked? That is.
It worked.
Oh my god.
He when he was coming to the interview, he's like, "Oh God, you were reading those?" He's like, "I was just kidding about everything on there." He's like, "I'm a teacher." I was like, "Well, maybe we'll pretend like it's both."
Oh my gosh. All right, Tim, you got me. You got me, Tim.
I don't think you can be a professional Keno player. I'm pretty sure that everyone just loses at that game, right?
Well, listen, if you are able to pay a significant amount of your bills, then you're a professional Keno player.
That's true.
Right?
Somebody's won at it in our lifetime, clearly.
Yeah.
So technically, they're a professional.
So there it is. Tim McPhillips, the professional Keno player, a.k.a. teacher, takes home a little over $3,000.
He was awesome. He came as the short stack, and he just had no he was just so happy about doing it, and he was like, yeah, there's no pressure on me. He's like, I'm probably supposed to go out first, so anything. You got the sense from him that anything that happened after 8th place was like gravy.
Yeah.
And that's a really good mindset to have.
Yeah, for sure. Like, it's just anything that, like you said, anything that happens, all gravy. He's got to be happy, and look, the tight fold got him an extra like $800.
Yeah.
So.
Which is like when you have a stack that short, $800 is significant because your odds of getting heads up and playing for like 10,000 are very, very low at that point. No matter how good you are, you just, you only have 5 big blinds. So getting any pay jump is really big.
Yeah. So for those of you that don't know, this is so you're watching the live stream of the Bar Poker Open. Obviously, if you're here, I'm sure you know. But the next event that we're going to have is another Bar Poker Open with another 100K guaranteed, and that's going to be in December at Borgata in Atlantic City, New Jersey, and that'll be our 3rd time there. We've been there the past 2 Decembers. It's a great event, great turnout. Shout out to Borgata. They do everything. They do everything great, and we're glad to be here at the Golden Nugget, and we're going to be glad to be there, Borgata in December.
Sweet.
So you guys got to, if you don't have a bar poker league in your area, you got to go find one. Tell them to contact Glenn and tell him, hey, we want to be a part of the Bar Poker Open. That way you guys can win a seat and find your way to a chance to play for a 100K prize pool.
And the Borgata is awesome. It's like far and away the best casino in Atlantic City.
Not even close.
Like, to the point where like I've almost never been in any other casino. It's crazy how it's just such a nice spot.
I think I might have left the casino maybe like twice.
Really? Yeah, that's a good choice. Because
during
AC's a little sketchy.
There's not really much to do. I know years ago the boardwalk used to be really cool.
Mm-hmm.
But now there's just really no reason to leave Borgata.
Yeah, I went one time for the World Series National Circuit Event Championship. And it was at the Harrah's there. And I don't know, the Harrah's was okay, but the parking lot to the Harrah's was one of the sketchiest places I've ever been in my life. Which is fine, parking lots don't have to be that nice.
Yeah.
But I had a friend who was driving, and he wastes money like crazy, and he wouldn't spend $6 to valet the car. And I was afraid that we were going to get killed because he wouldn't spend $6 to valet the car.
So we had a Yurga showdown, and they I'm not sure what the action was pre-flop, but it went check all the way down. Mark just takes it down with the ace high.
Yeah, it kind of makes sense. Debbie has a good draw, but her hand can win at showdown a lot with the best queen high, especially the positions they were. So it makes sense that they just check it down. She was a little unlucky that he had ace high.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the hands that are beating her will bet at some point. So.
And Hot Donna is just, you know, holding on over there. She's now the short stack, but if it keeps going the way that it has been, everyone's just going to keep trickling out, and she'll be by herself and with the trophy. Just based off of that overhead shot.
Yeah. No, I mean, at some point she might have to win some chips off of someone if she wants to win it, but
winning chips is overrated.
Well, they have a phrase in no limit tournaments. They say, you know, the only person you have to knock out is the second place guy. You can let everyone else do all the work, and then you just chip up at the end.
Why you being mean again?
I'm not being mean.
Let's see.
Mark's got so many chips right now. They're just piling over into other people's stacks.
Only Royal says, I got to a couple final tables with my wife. Talk about added pressure. What would you do? Like, have you and Ashley ever been in that spot where you're like maybe close to, you know, there might be a chance that you guys are, you know, going to be on the same table?
Yeah, I've played the same table with her a couple times, but we've never been at the same table or like close to a final table together. Like anytime she's final tabled something, I either didn't play it or I was out really early, and vice versa. I don't know if it'll ever come up because she hasn't been playing as much as she used to. It would be really interesting. I mean, if you're ever at a table and your wife is there, or your girlfriend, or like a family member, you're allowed to ask for a different table if you don't want to have to play pots against each other. At the World Series, I know that that's a rule. You can say, like, you can call a floor over and be like, hey, you know, I care a lot about this person. I don't want it to affect play.
Right.
Like, if you make the final table, they're going to make you play together. But before then, they'll actually switch stuff up so that, you know, because they're trying to make it fair for everybody else that's in the tournament.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. We had a table day 3 of the 3K last year. We had a table that had 2 brothers at it, and they're both very good at poker. And we like called the floor over, like, hey, you got 2 brothers here, and they moved one brother off. And that was like a huge win for the whole table because both brothers were insanely good at poker. And we're like, oh, this is kind of cool.
So Hot Donna takes down a pot, so that's good for her, considering she's a short stack. Remember, guys, they're playing for $24,000 for fourth. Wouldn't that be great if fourth place was $24,000?
First place gets $7,000. Fourth place gets $24,000. Good luck trying to get people to knock you out.
Could you imagine a tournament like that?
That'd be awesome.
That, like, where you try to lose, you're just. Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
Well, you know what we used to do back in the day online was we would do a last shorter. So we'd play like a $1 tournament. We'd all bet like we'd make a pool for like $100 each. The first one to get eliminated gets all the money. So you're just like doing whatever you can, like talking trash in the chat, and
that's when you just want to run so bad.
Yeah.
I don't want to run pure ever right now. Like
no, for sure. What's your favorite thing to do in Vegas when you're out here, besides
eat?
Eat? We have good food.
Such good food.
Yeah.
Such good food. I remember, I think it was 2 summers ago, I had discovered L'Atelier at the MGM.
Okay.
So it's a sister restaurant to Joel Robuchon.
Mm-hmm.
And
which for people who don't know, Joel Robuchon is like a super fancy, like really, really good
Michelin-rated restaurant. Yeah, like amazing. And my best guy friend and I had just finished doing, I was doing some stuff with an MMA show, and I had gotten my best guy friend hired as my cameraman, which was pretty awesome that I could get him, hired.
That's
so
great.
we had just finished a couple stops. We had gone California, New York, back to California, and so I was coming here for the World Series. So I was like, he's like, let's go here, and he's a big foodie. Like, he's like, so he looked up a couple restaurants. He's like, we have to go to L'Atelier. So we went, and I ended up eating at the restaurant 5 times that week. But the first night we were there, I got a tour by the chef. He gave us a tour of the kitchen, and I mean, it was great. And then I got lucky enough to eat at Joel Robuchon's my last night.
No way.
Yeah, and it was my favorite dining experience ever.
Yeah, even for a Michelin star restaurant, it's a cut above
experience.
every other one.
Yeah,
It's
it was
crazy.
spectacular. So yeah, it was great. And the check though, I'm not a fan. I don't balk at prices for food because for me, I'm paying for an experience.
Yeah.
But when I opened the menu for Joel Robuchon, I immediately shut it. I was like, I don't want any part of this. I'm gonna let my date do the ordering. And it was a first date. Can you believe that?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wow.
So shout out to my first date.
Yeah,
Joel
seriously.
Robuchon. That was amazing. So yeah, we joke now that we're still friendly, and we joke that I owe him dinner. Obviously. I think the bill was $2,500 just for the two of us. It was absurd.
Wow.
Yeah. So there's the payouts, guys. We've got 6 left. 6 places guaranteed $4,045 all on up to $24K for first place.
Or 10 dinners at Joel Robuchon's for 2 people.
Wouldn't it be absurd if the winner just says, all right, now I'm going to go to Joel Robuchon for 10 days in a row?
Yeah, just grab 20 people in one night.
Oh. I can't.
I've lost credit card roulettes that were pretty big, but I don't think I've ever seen a bill that was nearly that big for 2 people.
It was absurd.
That's a rough one.
Well, we did the tasting menu. Obviously, I think it was 13 courses, but then we also did. They have 2 or 3 different wine pairing options, and we did the top tier wine pairing option.
Okay.
So that's what did it. That's what took it over.
That'll crush you.
The wine,
sure.
The wine was more than the food.
Oh yeah, of course.
So yeah.
That's how most restaurants make their money. They break even on food, and then they make tons off the alcohol because, if you think about it, think about a shot. You buy a bottle of liquor for $30, and a shot's $8 or something. It's insane.
Yeah. Big Z says, could they chop a final table? I mean, I guess technically, I don't know. That's a good question, but I don't think any of these players are here to chop. A lot of this is they're going home, they're going back to their bar poker leagues, and it's bragging rights, and you're on the live stream. Why do you want to chop?
Yeah.
You want to play. I would want to play.
I don't know. I mean, it depends always on what they're looking to achieve, financially or whatever. If 20 grand is a significant amount, then maybe they make a deal. But I don't know if you can make deals. I have no idea. That would be your department for sure.
I don't know. I'm not going to encourage any deal making. We're here to. We're here to live stream. We'd be out of a job if they decided they wanted to chop the minute they got to the final table. Why would we be here?
They just do an 8-way chop, and they're like, you guys don't even have to.
We're good. We're going to flip for the trophy.
Somebody said Jesse, and then they didn't write anything else. The question is, would they? So somebody's asking if they could chop, would they? I don't know. It really depends. I think a lot of people are, like Ebony said, playing for the glory. And if that's the case, the glory is a little bit less great when you've already made a deal, because then you don't know if the guy or the woman that you're playing heads up with is trying as hard as if there was as much money on the line.
Yeah.
So.
And we got our answer from Eastern Poker. They laid down the law. No, they cannot chop. So no, guys. If you guys are going to come play the Bar Poker Open, you better play to win. Oh, look at that. I didn't even do that on purpose. RCO for, I don't even know how you would pronounce it. He says play to win.
Ryan Cha wrote, any advice for the WSOP main event, Jesse Ebony? I want to make it past day 1 this year, LOL. Yeah, me too, man.
I'm gonna let you. I think you might be the expert. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say you might be the expert on main event advice giving.
I mean, I don't know if I'm the expert, but
of the two of us.
Yeah, well, I have more like later days, and I think you play very differently in like the later days, like day 5, day 6, day 7, than the first few days. In the first day, getting through day 1 is just play really tight, straightforward. Look for when people make X or Y or Z type of mistakes and try to exploit it. But like for the most part, don't do anything too fancy. Don't run too many bluffs, because even when you think somebody you've never played with before might be good, or you have an inkling that they're playing really well, all of a sudden they do something really crazy and they show down a hand, and if you're in the hand with them and you kind of misregister how they're playing, then it's going to cost you a lot of chips. So you just see so many like spazzy moves on day 1 that you should definitely keep it really tight and close to the vest. And then, you can open up play more on day 3 or day 4, because then when you have a player that you think is really good or potentially could be playing really well and pretty tight or whatever, they've also made it through 4 days, so that's more evidence that they're playing well than just seeing them play well for a few hours. Because there's a lot of players who play well and then all of a sudden they do something crazy because they get tired or they're stressed or I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, there's a could be a multitude of reasons. Like somebody could get a text that just like puts them on life tilt.
Yeah, exactly.
Like you're like, where did this come from? Like you haven't stepped out of line one time, and then all of a sudden you're just like, forget it.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
Some like the weirdest things set people off.
Yeah.
I had a friend who told me a story the other day about some guy owed his friend money, and he went over to talk to the guy about it, just friendly like. And the guy, after that, the guy kept coming over to him and giving him explanations of why he hasn't paid the money yet. And meanwhile, he'd go back to his table and he just like play crazy and horribly and just lost a ton of money by the end of the night. Just because my friend like mentioned a debt that he had.
Yeah.
And it set him off. Like, that's insane to me, but.
That's a perfect example of anything, literally anything. Slipper Fingers asked if they've been playing all day. They actually play started today at 12, and I think we got down to the final table like after like 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours. And so, we did restart. It was scheduled to restart at 5 p.m., but I think we started right around 5:30, maybe a little bit before.
Mm-hmm.
So Mark is raised on the button with 9-3 offsuit, and he's just electing to look down. Nobody can get a read on him. He's decided, that's it. He knows what's going on. So.
Oh, Phil just limp jammed. This was a really good spot for this. I mean, obviously we can see that Mark has 9-3, but even if he didn't have like 9-3, it's clear that he's doing this with a lot of hands if he has 9-3 offsuit. So. That was a huge pickup for Phil.
Yeah.
His stack was something like 2.2, and he just picked up like $1 million without having to go all in. That's
huge.
That's the dream right there.
Yeah.
Picking up half your stack without having to suffer being all in.
Isn't that the best feeling?
Yeah.
When you're like, I don't even have to sweat out 5 cards. I just increased my stack by 50%. Merry Christmas.
Oh, it's the best.
And Phil just moves into second place with that move there. So.
Yeah, he's actually stayed fairly steady at this table that's been very swingy in terms of chip stacks. He's stayed pretty steady and just chipped down a little bit, then back up a bunch, then down a little bit, and back up a bunch.
Ryan, how come I didn't see you out here, Ryan Chua? Shout out to Ryan Chua. He was the Bar Poker Open's first main event winner. That was back when first place was $10,000. But then he made the impressive feat of going back-to-back tables, or back-to-back final tables. So he won it the first year, and then this past year was the second annual Bar Poker Open, and he final tabled.
That's awesome.
Yeah. What a feat, huh?
Yes, seriously. I tried to go back-to-back final tables once, and it did not work out.
I'm just trying to do back-to-back day 2s.
Yeah.
Let alone back-to-back final tables.
Shout out to last Bar Poker Open champ Fritz. Great run on this week. You made us proud, says Sebria 1. Yeah, Fritz.
Fritz might be like the greatest human being alive, and
Really?
I don't say that lightly. Like, I'm not saying it like, you know, how Tim says he's a Keno player. Like, I say it like like Fritz might be the best person alive.
Oh, now I want to meet Fritz. He sounds great.
Yeah, Fritz won the last event, and he was the one that I was telling you about that during the last live stream, he had all of his kids. He had like a brother, his ex-wife. Everyone was on the live stream cheering for him. Like, if you can get your ex-wife on the live stream cheering for you,
Yeah.
you might be the greatest.
Yeah, I remember you telling me this. That's outrageous.
Yeah.
To have your ex-wife talk to you at all is a huge win. To have her come out to cheer for you in a poker tournament is like something extraordinary.
Yeah, and all of his kids are adults, and like they were all like, "Yeah, Mom," you know, like it was amazing. And like Joey Ingram and I, like he was, you know, he's been my co-host the past 2 times.
Yeah.
But we had decided, we invited ourselves to Thanksgiving. Like we took it upon ourselves that we're gonna head to the Barneses for Thanksgiving this year. So it's coming up. We'll see if it goes. But they said sure.
Nice.
They said come on down.
I love it. Thanksgiving with the Fritzes.
So Mark is all in now. He's got Ace King. 6-3 is not calling here. But, you know, I've seen crazier things. So.
I think Rich might be posturing a bit here. He just wants to make him sweat. Also, he's probably seen Mark do some stuff. And so he knows he can't do anything with this hand, but maybe he wants to make him sweat a little bit and
it's not a bad idea, actually.
make it a little scarier for next time.
But I tell you what, though, you're not going to get any reads on Mark, though,
Yeah.
with his head down that way.
It's got to be interesting to be Debbie in this spot.
I wonder if Hot Donna's
Like, are you rooting to look down at aces right now?
Did she even, I wonder if she even looked at, I mean, yeah, she looked at her hand 10-5.
Oh, okay.
She definitely looked at her hand.
You know, like you almost don't want to see aces. I mean, she wouldn't mind seeing aces because then she gets to pick up a bunch of chips, but.
But yeah, it's like that bittersweet moment.
Yeah.
Of like, this is the hand I've been waiting on, just, you know, wrong person.
Is Thomas wearing headphones?
He is, which I'm surprised that they normally at the final table they don't allow, especially if it's being streamed, there's no headphones. But you know, it's like.
I don't know. I like his style. He's hilarious.
He's so cool. He's like one of the coolest guys.
Yeah. When I talked to him earlier, he was just like, I was like, "You excited?" He's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna do my thing." Okay. Can't argue with that.
Let me see if I can find any juicy stuff to talk about. It's player bios.
That's one hand, 20K guaranteed, 45-minute dinner break.
Pietro said, "I think Mark needs another beer," and somebody else said he needs a mocha latte. Maybe like 1 and 1 would be good. You're not supposed to mix those things, but maybe that's the perfect. I think he was drinking a beer during the interview with you earlier.
He was, and you. Oh look, Rich has aces now. So.
Oh wow.
But yeah, Mark was actually drinking during the interview, and he actually had like a spot or some kind of stain on his shirt, and you know, and Debbie being a wife, she's like, before the interview, I pointed out to Mark, I was like, look at you, you got the little stain on your shirt. She's like, turn your shirt around. So right before the interview, he actually wore his shirt backwards.
Nice.
For the interview, you know.
Solid stuff. Looks like Rich just went all in. What's going on here?
That looks like, oh, I think that's like 2 million. It could be
Something
I
big.
could be absolutely wrong.
He just put in a lot of chips. This is basically an all-in. He made it very clear that nobody else, that he's never folding if anybody puts money in. Mark has left the building. he was pushing out chips for so long that Mark got bored of it.
Yeah.
walked away.
Rich raises to 1.9 million. So
Donna snap folds the king queen. That was a good snap fold. Impressive that she didn't even think that she needed to think about it.
yeah.
She was just like, all right.
Rich shows the aces.
I want to know what Rich raised to.
1.9 million.
Oh, it was 1.9?
Yeah, so essentially it was all in. You know, I think he started the hand with like 2.4.
Yeah. I like his style. Him and Tom.
You
Great
can't
style.
yawn on the live stream. You can't yawn on the live stream. That's like live stream 101. Like, and it's so contagious. So, you know, I'm going to have to put you in timeout, Jesse.
It's
You
Mark's
yawn one more
fault.
time.
He's just like laying his head down at the table.
I think
It's contagious.
his
You know
mi-
yawns
his
are
mini
contagious?
naps. They are. So is smiling and scratching.
Really?
Yeah. If you really think about it, like when you see someone, a genuine smile, not a fake
No,
smile.
I think smiles are contagious. I just didn't know that scratching was.
You ever like, you'll notice it now, but like if someone around you is just constantly like, scratching or like fidgeting, you'll just start to, like you're in the back of your mind, you'll start to find things that itch on your body.
That's interesting.
It's definitely, it's for sure a thing.
Wow. Next time one of my friends has poison ivy, I'm just going to start itching.
Like even just me talking about it, I'm like my body's like tingling and starting like, yep, my head just itched and my arm.
Yeah. No, it's funny. You can just talk about smiling and you smile. It's like a really weird phenomenon for sure.
Speaking of smiling, have you ever been to Austin?
Texas?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first time I went to Austin, I could not believe the amount of genuine smiles I got from complete strangers.
Really? That's like pretty interesting because where I'm from, where I grew up, Martha's Vineyard, it's a small, isolated island, and it's not that many people, so a lot of people know each other. Everyone smiles and even like says hello when you walk by someone.
Yeah.
And I didn't know that wasn't a thing, and I moved to Boston. I walked by someone and be like, hey, and be like, don't look at me, weirdo.
Yeah, they think you're crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I really liked Austin. I was only there for a couple of days. I thought it was such a great place. And actually, my friend Ankush, who's doing well in the tournament, is living in Austin, and he keeps telling me I need to come visit. I'm probably going to take him up on it.
I love Austin. If you get down to Austin, you got to check out Wild Coffee. My best guy friend, the one that I told you, my camera guy, he just opened a coffee shop down there. I think I don't know if it's open yet. I know it's going to be
What's
open
it called?
soon. Wild Coffee.
Wild Coffee?
Yeah, Wild Foods is the name of his company. And shout out to you, Colin, and Wild Foods. You guys check it out.
I'll check it out for sure.
But yeah, like I love Austin, and I couldn't believe the amount of like just genuine like smiles. And I remember when I was leaving the first time I went to Austin, when I was in the airport, I ended up talking to like the bartender and like two other like women that were sitting at the bar, and we're just talking, and I felt like I was like these were my girls. Like, it was insane.
Really?
I was like, what is going on?
Yeah, that's such a great feeling. They're super friendly. Oh, my God. Oh, never mind. I thought that they both had a king. I mean, they both have a jack. Yeah, this is kind of an interesting spot. Debbie, instead of just going all in, she just made a normal raise size, which is kind of unique with such a short stack. And Phil just called. He's clearly very careful. He's shown that a bunch of times.
But look, he's leading here.
Yeah, which is another kind of interesting thing. And Debbie immediately went all in, which is going to shut him down. It would have been nice to see her call because she could let him kind of, we always say in the poker world, like hang himself again. But I don't know. Phil took his shot, and something inside of me feels like I don't think he was going to bluff twice anyways.
Yeah, I don't think so either. So she probably got the most she could have.
Yeah. But that was a huge pickup for her. Again, like, she was never actually all in. She said the words all in, but it wasn't really called, and she picked up a ton of chips.
Yeah.
Now she's at 2.5.
And Hot Donna's down to 11 big blinds. Do me a favor, Nevada Poker League. We got to make Hot Donna a thing. You know, she's Hot Donna now, just like we got Hot Jessie. Shout out to you.
Yeah, shout out to me. I just wanted to
Jessie.
steal Hot Donna's nickname.
She was so embarrassed. She did not want me to call her Hot Donna. And I said, listen, if anyone ever just decides that that's the worst thing they're going to call me is like Hot Ebony, like I am totally okay with that.
Like,
So-
I am all for that.
Yeah, so that's when we decided you're going to be Hot Jessie.
Yeah, that was the moment that my decision was made.
So when you make a deep run, no, when we both make a deep run in the main event, I'm gonna do the hashtag Hot Jessie. Hot
Nice.
Jessie on fire.
Hot Jessie, hot Ebony. Suited versus suited. That was definitely suited versus suited.
Let's see. Someone asked if there's any Eastern Poker Tour players left. I know that we did have some. Let me look. Rich, actually, in seed 7 is Eastern Poker Tour. And I think that's it. We got 2 from Nevada Poker League, 2 from Suda Poker, Poker Pub of Tucson, and that's it. 2, 4, 6. There you go.
See, when he pushed his out, he was still within his working.
Rich has been very quiet this final table. I think he's just been really card dead. We've only seen him play like 1 pot so far, right?
The
Maybe
aces.
2. Yeah, and when he did play, he had aces. So.
Yeah. Rich is quite a character. He was, while they were filling out the bio sheets, he was absolutely trying to troll me. He was like he's like, I'm not going to fill it out.
He's what?
He's like, I'm not going to fill out the sheet.
Really?
He's just straight up, and I'm like, and so we're doing like an epic, stare down, and I'm like, you got to fill it out.
Come on, man.
And he's like, no.
It's like, I don't do sheets.
And then his friend starts giving him a hard time. He's like, no, I'm just trying to get a rise out of Ebony,
Did you know him before this?
No.
Oh, interesting. So we can look to him for the guy who knows the right people in Needle.
He knew it was going to work.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I think Mark's going to bet here.
Yeah, he's got the open ender. He's got 9 high, so it's a good spot to bluff for sure. And Rich will probably fold because he only has king high. It would have been cool to see Rich go all in before the flop, just because Mark's like raised so many times that if he had a hand here before the flop, I feel like he would have just raised it again because he'd be like, oh, it looks like I'm just being Mark and raising a bunch, So when he limps, I think he's probably really weak, and it would have been cool to see Rich go all in. Yeah. That said, checking's not a bad option either, because you get to see the flop and you get to be a little more careful about it. And if Mark was trapping, you're going to feel really bad when you get in with king 8, and you could have, let other people get knocked out. Watching you on your phone and WSOP on laptop. Gotta love technology. Yeah, you can be double streaming right now. I don't recommend it because our stream is way better.
I was hoping you was going to say always, sir.
But it is something.
Flop the street.
We need you guys to show us some Twitter love.
I have a prediction.
Oh, okay.
I think that Hot Donna is about to make some moves.
She's down to 8 big blinds.
Yeah, mostly because she has to start making some moves.
You know what's crazy? I think this last event, when they got to heads up, Fritz, the one who ended up winning, he was down to 4 bigs heads up.
Really?
Yeah.
No way.
And came back and won. And I think he folded a hand. It was like 4 big blinds. Yeah.
Oh wow.
So it was pretty.
Get him, Fritz. Thank you, Nessa, the baby girl. She said, I'm loving this, Ebony and Jesse.
Whoop, whoop.
I'm loving this too. I was not loving trying to pronounce your name, but I think I got it right? Not that it's not a cool name. I like your name.
I like the DA. Duh.
Yeah.
Duh, baby girl.
Yeah. I like your name. I don't like having to spell things. I'm not the best speller.
Okay, so not great at penmanship, not great at spelling.
Yeah, if it involves the English language, just keep me out of it. I said before, I just type things in my phone and hope spell check figures out what the real sentence was, because.
So Debbie has raised here with ace deuce suited, and Rich has ace jack offsuit, so out of the small blind. So it'll be interesting to see if he decides to get a little aggressive here.
Yeah, I'd really like to see him go all in. Not because we know that Debbie has ace deuce suited and he's beating it. That's also a nice reason, but I think it's just an all in anyways because there's a lot of chips in the pot. If he goes all in here and she folds, he picks up like 760,000 already, which is huge for a stack. Yeah. And he doesn't want to call, miss a flop, and then end up getting bluffed by a worse hand. Like if he calls here and it's like 7-5-4 and she bets, he's gonna have to fold, and that sucks.
Yeah.
So it would be cool to see him go all in.
And then someone says, we need someone to help Mark stack his chips, sitting right next to Rich. Oh, my goodness,
wow,
he
he folded.
He's, you know, he decided he's waiting for aces again.
Yeah, he's going real conservative, and I don't blame him horribly. He knows every time he folds, there's a chance somebody else gets knocked out.
Yeah.
And he gets to pick up more money.
And Slipperfingers on the Twitch stream, he predicted it. He said he won't. He's tight.
Yeah.
So he must, you know,
That
know
was-
that Rich is as a, you know, extremely tight player, which is not a bad, you know, bad way to play. It's got to be profitable in this spot.
Yeah, being tight is right. That was very, very tight. But again, you can never really fault someone too much unless they're like folding aces. You can't really fault them too much for trying to move up the payouts a little bit. I would love to know what music Tom is listening to right now.
Maybe we'll get the dirt on the break. I'll find out what he's listening to.
If he's just got Skrillex like blasting under there, I'd just be so happy right now.
Oh, that would be great.
Chip organizer to seat 5. Nice. Contemporary Jazz says gargle fart. First of all, nice name. Really nice name. Some people said Motown. Those are okay guesses, but I think that it's probably
Metallica.
I was thinking Metallica or like AC/DC or something. What was that song that was like the hardest song ever to play on Guitar Hero? Fire in the Flames. I think he's doing Fire in the Flames. And he's like, in his head, he's doing the whole drum solo thing, like, with his brain.
I'm really bad at Guitar Hero. Like, epically bad. And I have, like, decent hand-eye coordination. I play a couple of instruments, but Guitar Hero, no shot.
No, it's totally different than playing an instrument. It's crazy how different it is. Like, I mean, I guess it's kind of obvious when you play the guitar because it's just buttons. But even the drums are very, very different from playing the drums. Like, I feel like I would get good at Guitar Hero drums if I put enough time into it, and I am awful at the drums. It's just hard to do that off-timed percussion. Future featuring Drake. Yeah, maybe it is Future featuring Drake. Do you have like any pump-up songs you play before you play poker, or anything big that you're about to do?
You know what's crazy? So for me, like I'm a big energy person, so I like to listen to stuff that just gets me like happy.
Yeah.
Or like just really feeling good. So I listen to a lot of mellow stuff, and just like slow stuff that makes me feel good and just doesn't really make me like think of anything.
Yeah.
Just kind of like really, I think the best way for me is just when I can just zone out and just.
Are you talking about before you play or when you play?
Before, actually,
Okay.
like when I'm getting ready, like.
No, it's good. It clears your mind and lets you, yeah.
Yeah. So every now and then I'll listen to something where I'm like, I'm in the mirror and I'm doing my makeup or whatever, and I'm like, I want to dance, you know, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm gonna have fun, you know. But like, that's one of those like rare moments. Most of the time, I'm just chilling and some jazz, some like trip hop, some like funky soul.
Cool.
But yeah, what about you?
Well, it always changes based on, because I just like so many different types of music.
Yeah.
And so many different bands and groups and artists and stuff. But I usually have like one or two songs that are like my go-to pump-up song. Like lately, I've been listening to Macklemore, Pandora a bit when I try to like have softer stuff. And that 10,000 Hours song is a really good pump-up for playing poker because it's do you know what the concept like 10,000 hours are?
No. Oh, to be an expert at something?
Yeah,
Is that-
exactly.
yeah, okay.
Malcolm Gladwell made it really popular in his book.
Right.
And so the song is just about becoming, one of the best rappers right now, or musicians or whatever, which I think he believes himself to be. Most musicians do, and
Right.
I think he's really good. So, but whatever. So that's kind of a perfect song. And he also has a song called Victory Lap, so I'm waiting to play that when I win a tournament or something. But so far this summer, I haven't been that close to the to the Victory Lap song playing.
Well, now that you've got a new nickname, it's gonna happen.
Yeah, I like that.
You just needed it. That's all. You needed the nickname.
It's like the summer of George. This is the summer of Hot Jesse.
I love it. Yeah, Macklemore actually, he performed. He did like a talk and a performance at my daughter's high school a few months ago. Yeah, like somehow I don't know how they did it, but in California, it's South Orange County, anything can happen.
Nice.
But yeah, so like the kids had to
Orange
register.
County can pull some strings for sure.
Yeah, so it was insane. Like
yeah.
But he came and did a couple songs, gave a talk to the kids. It was like a TED Talk for just the kids that went to their high school. It was closed to just the kids.
That's so cool.
It was awesome. And I told my daughter, I was like, Matt, like she was already so stoked that we had moved to California, but I told her, I'm like, come on, this is never happening in Florida.
That's really really cool.
Yeah.
Pietro said Game of Thrones audiobook. That's what he's listening to on his.
I listen to that when I work out,
right
actually.
Now. Really?
Yep, that's my. I think I'm still on book 1. They're so long.
Yeah, they're really really long. Ashley's in like book 4 or something, and she actually cruises through them. So I imagine if she was reading regular books, she'd be through like 10 books in the same time.
At least.
It's pretty insane.
At least, because they're like 40 hours a book. Audio.
Yeah.
The audio version's like 40 hours. So I'm pretty sure I'm still on book 1, but yeah, I listen to them when I'm working out.
Wow.
It's just pretty simple, I think. Jesse, who is your favorite artist? Nessa, the baby girl, wants to know.
I really, really like Slug from Atmosphere. I'm like a huge fan of him. I like Eminem a lot. I like artists who put their, writers who put their whole life in their music. I really like that. And like, don't hold back, like, the crappy parts of their life.
Yeah.
And so for that, that's one of the reasons why I like Macklemore so much. Like, he has a song about relapsing on drugs, and after a show, he runs into this girl who says, like, you basically saved my life, like, listening to your music when I was recovering. Helped save your life, and he's, like, one day from having just done drugs or something. And that's a really terrible moment in your life, and I just thought that was, like, a really cool...
Right. Well, and that's, like, it takes a lot to, like, admit. Anybody can give you the glory parts, right? Like, that's easy. Nobody really wants to own the negative, so that is very big of him to put that out there.
It's like a true artist in my mind.
Yeah.
I don't know. Somebody just said Bob Marley. That's like one of my favorites too. Bob Marley's amazing. Where I grew up, we listened to a lot of reggae.
Really?
Bob Marley, yeah. We actually had really legit reggae groups come down to where I live. We had one, like, not huge bar that had like a stage and enough room for 400 or 500 people. Probably less than that maximum. It was like 300 or 400. And we would get like the Wailers every year would come down, and Ziggy Marley would come down, and Midnight, a bunch of like Jamaican-based reggae bands would come. So it was really cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah, reggae is really fun to like party to, just because it's like a more chill atmosphere than if you go to like a house music festival or something. You're gonna go for like the music, and that's about it because it's so intense. Yeah, I can't do it either.
Have you ever been to a dance hall? Like, so it's one of my many ex-boyfriends is Jamaican, and we went to Jamaica to visit his family, and there was a dance hall going on. So it's like a 72-hour festival, like nonstop. Like most festivals, they like shut down, for the night or whatever.
Yeah.
Not this dance hall. It was just nonstop on one stage, artist after artist after artist after artist. And I was like, I'm sitting, like nobody's sitting, whatever, but we were like, it's just in this huge open field. And after a few hours, I just grabbed a chair and I just sat down. I was like, I can't, you know, and I even like went and took a nap in the car. Like it was insane. I'm like, how do you guys do this? Like we were out there for like 14 hours. I'm like, I can't. Like this is insane. And like he had, you know, friends and family that were just straight up just like going to the car, taking a nap and coming back and just out there for 2 whole days. I'm like, that's insane to me.
I don't know if people do stuff like that. It's crazy.
But it was great because it's just, you know, it's just like reggae the whole time.
Yeah.
I was like, this is amazing. We might see some fireworks here. So Thomas is they both flop top pair, but obviously Thomas has the better of it. Oh, there
wow,
it is.
this is...
Mark went all in. Thomas called.
Uh-oh.
Look at Mark concedes already. Come on back, Mark. It's
Come on,
not
Mark.
over.
You got a deuce.
It's not over.
It could go 8 king, or 5 king, or 5 ace, or 8 ace for the chop. It could go jack 8. It could go deuce and anything but a queen. Well, not anything but a queen.
Anything but a queen 5-8.
Yeah.
But there are ways that it could go without it being over.
I mean, I just named like 6. I feel like he's like, jack deuce is probably like 75% here or something.
We got one half of the Yurgers in trouble.
Okay, that's not a good card for Mark. That means he needs a deuce very, very badly.
Deuce and a deuce only.
Ooh.
And that's it. Oh. We don't know what happened. Oh, there it is. We're back. All right. The camera didn't like it either.
Yeah, I was about to say. That was so rough for Mark that the whole thing just shut down. Nice run for Mark, though.
Yeah.
And how good is it to bust out of a tournament and still have your wife in there?
The best sweat possible.
Yeah, it's just so, that's really cool.
Yeah. So Mark Yurga's out. He's from Suit Up Poker out of Richmond, Virginia. Again, shout out to Kimberly Perkins, my hand's birthday.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's see. So the jack off is out, and his hand that he busted was a jack off. His nickname is Jack Off. And the irony. Those are the kind of jokes that I find so much entertainment in, and I'm almost the only one that just is like continuously laughing. I'm like, how does someone else think that's funny? And that's just the super nerd inside of me.
So we're not talking about you, Thomas. We're talking about your hand. Jack queen off.
And then there were 5. So see, this is the perfect case for Rich folding the ace jack offsuit, because look what happens. He just, boom, just went up another spot, picked up probably another $600-700.
Absolutely.
And Hot Donna backed into. She got a little money jump too, or a spot jump.
Hot Donna getting pay jumps.
How about the fact that we're 5-handed and there are 2 ladies left? How exciting is that?
That's awesome.
We haven't even touched on the fact that we've got, we have 2 women starting this final table.
Do we have any idea what percentage of the field was female? I wonder if...
I will tell you that when we were down to 24, we had 6 women left.
Nice.
So that is, we got 25% of the field down, at 24 with we're women,
It's a
which
quarter?
is huge. Yeah.
That's way more than is representative of the actual poker world. Well, at least what you would see at the Rio or something.
Yeah, I think it's pretty standard, anywhere in the world, really. I think that's talking to a lot of the bar poker owners is, they say that they're, the percentage of women that participate in bar poker is much higher than if you were to walk in, any poker room across the world, definitely across the country. So, I think it's less intimidating for women to come in, and there's less pressure to know what you're doing. You can just come in and you're going to get help, if you fumble. All of these guys are recreational players. They're not out here trying to rush you or whatever. They're just out to have a drink, have a good time. So there's less pressure for an experienced player to.
Well, and also like the entry must be a little bit friendlier, because when you show up to a casino and you don't know anyone, I mean, you know, like guys at the table can be weird sometimes, but when you get to show up to like a local bar where you know people and play with them, it's a much more comfortable way to like join the poker world.
Yeah,
and that's
for sure.
Huge for a female in poker.
Yeah, I will never forget the first time that I played a cash game at a tournament or at a casino. I had just played a tournament, and I think I was telling you earlier, like I won. It was my first tournament ever in a casino. It was a $45 tournament. I won, but then I decided I'm going to try my hand at cash games. I'd never played cash in my life. And I think I had just turned, I think it was like 21. And I will never forget, and it's only because I have thick skin that I stick with poker. But there was an older gentleman, and I say gentleman very loosely, but he essentially told me that I don't belong here. I need to go back home in the kitchen where I belong, and that I'm ruining his good old boy time. And like, I mean, and he would not leave me alone. Like, he berated me for like an hour. It was insane. And I just smiled, and I was like, I was running so pure. And I called him sir, and I absolutely crushed him.
Yes.
And I
probably
my God,
played,
that's the best. I know I played like so awful.
Yeah.
But like, it was a session where I could do nothing wrong. And like everything I did like was just like, he would get like the second nuts and I would have the nuts. And like, I just crushed him. And so I just stayed and I smiled. But like, it is tough, you know, for women who are just starting out. And I think bar poker is a great platform for any new player, but especially for women to come in and just, hey, let me give this a shot, you know? So
yeah. I'm so happy that you just beat him out of all of his money.
It was great.
That's such a great ending to that story. By the way, this is interesting. Donna decided not to shove. Instead, she made a regular raise with not that much behind. Thomas has the next worst ace, and he might put some money in the pot because she made it smaller than all in. She went all in. Oh, no,
he
folded.
folds.
Wow.
So Donna, you know, does the right thing. She, you know, raises, and Thomas somehow makes the right fold.
Probably a disciplined fold.
Let's see. So you're getting comparisons to Antonio Esfandiari and now Joe Stapleton.
Really? Sort of sounds like Joe Stapleton. I hung out with Joe Stapleton like 3 or 4 days ago. He was at Maria Ho's final table, and we were talking about what isn't funny. And I found it wonderful that he was actually listening to my opinion, since he's in the business of being funny. And,
yeah.
You know, if I was him, I would have been like, listen, amateur.
Right. Nothing you do is funny.
Unless I say it's funny, and then it's funny. Debbie's got the 7-6 suited, and it looks like she's folding. This is going to be a...
I think she's the big... She might be the big blind.
Yeah. I like that fold when you're this short. I think that's a very
Debbie's the
reasonable
big blind.
fold to make.
What'd she have? I'm sorry. I looked up
Donna
to see
was
Debbie.
the big blind, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And Debbie
it was a weird angle because we were seeing Donna put out the chips.
It's Debbie and Donna. We got Hot Donna.
Yeah.
Hot Debbie.
Hot Debbie. Well, it's easy because I just remember Hot Donna, and it keeps the two names different. Shout out to Tiffany Lily Virginia. All caps. Let's go, Debbie.
All caps twice.
Boom.
Tiffany Lily Virginia, you are, I don't know if it's 3 people or 1, but whoever you are, you're loved.
I thought Benny's was Saturday. I don't know what that means. Wait, he doesn't sound like Stape. Sounds like the other one. I don't think I sound like the other one because the other one is British. And I don't think I sound British. James Hart again. Maybe I sound British. Maybe I have similar cadence.
All right, once again, tournament players in the bounty.
So now we've got Thomas versus Hot Donna. We got Cool Cat Thomas versus Hot Donna. I got their nicknames now.
Yeah, right? You can't really beat Hot Donna, so you just stay with your regular name because trying to have as good a one will just yield bad results. Donna's going to bluff. She is... Oh, no, wait. Yeah, she bluffs and wins. Okay. Yeah, this was kind of nice by Donna. She checked back the flop just to make sure that Thomas wasn't like trapping with something or whatever.
Right.
And then she bet the turn, and I mean when Thomas checks twice, he's probably gonna have some really weak hand. Like if he had like even a good ace high or a pair, he would have raised before the flop, I would imagine.
Yeah.
And he's probably not gonna call with queen or king high that often, so she kind of figured it out.
Yeah, Slipper Fingers says Donna's playing the short stack good, and she is playing the short stack well. But yes, she is. She's showing some heart, and she's staying really cool throughout the whole thing.
Yeah, she just looks really composed. Like she doesn't really mind that she has 8 big blinds. She just takes the hands one at a time, and that's the way to do it.
Yeah.
These blinds are huge, by the way. Nobody's not that short. Or not that
deep, yeah.
Far from being short, I guess.
So we haven't heard much from Philip, so let's see if he's going to do something here.
Yeah, Phil has been super quiet.
He's such a soft-spoken guy, and his other hobby besides poker is coin collecting. So,
really?
Yeah, he's an avid coin collector.
That's cool.
His favorite food is ham and beans with cornbread.
Ham and beans with cornbread?
Yeah, it's very specific. I feel like that might be like a certain kind of dish in that area or something for that to be a...
Yeah, it's got to be because it's not a dish where I'm from.
Yeah, it's nothing I've even really heard of.
We eat our beans separate from ham.
What's your favorite food, Jesse?
Favorite food?
Yeah.
That's so tough. Sushi. I think if I could only eat one thing for the rest of my life, and I know it would be weird to eat fish all the time, but it would probably be sushi.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to go with you on that one because it's definitely like my top 2. Like I think I'm like a huge fan of French food. I love French food.
Really?
Yeah, but I like the things that the French do with food. Like they're very creative and just it's spectacular. And very adventurous, but sushi for sure. Like I just had sushi last night right after the player party. I was like, oh my gosh, I can get off my feet. I've been standing on my feet all day long interviewing players and you know, league owners and etc. And that's the first thing I did. I'm like, sushi.
Nice.
So.
Yeah, I mean, it's just always good.
Yeah.
I could eat it for breakfast probably. Sushi is great.
Welcome back.
And
so Philip raises with king queen off that last hand and he takes it down pre-flop. So
nice hand, Phil Willmeth. How do you actually say it? It's not Willmeth. It's Willmeth.
Willmeth.
Willmeth,
yeah.
Phil Willmeth.
I like it.
Maybe a Surfer South Cali Stapes. All right, fair enough.
Well, actually, I am having fun. Like playing with an
Scott Huff. That's who he sounds like.
I got called a grammar Nazi commentator. A grammar Nazi commentator.
Yeah.
Grammar. You like how I'm calling grammar?
Did you just correct yourself?
I did. I am actually like a grammar Nazi.
Well, you're not really a grammar Nazi if you correct yourself. It's more if you're like going around correcting other people that you don't know on the internet or something.
Yeah, I correct everybody.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a thing. I think it's like this mom thing. Like I have, when I correct my kids or even their friends that come over, it's like I correct them and then I make them repeat it the right way.
Really?
Like it's like you need to get in the habit of saying things correctly.
It's a good way to teach them.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
So.
I would stop going over your house though. No, I'm just
no, I'm the fun house, I think.
I imagine that's true.
The kids love coming over. I had one of the commenters on the Twitch stream said that he couldn't believe I had a kid in high school, that I look like I just got out of high school. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. So Rich is raised with king queen off, and Debbie flatted with ace 5 suited, and she's flopped an open-ended, and she just went all in here. So this might just take it down.
How do you feel about the Oxford comma? How do you feel?
Let me Google what the Oxford comma is, and then I'll get back to you on that one.
Debbie got that equity. Debbie is killing him.
So Debbie's ship on the flop just when she takes it down, and we're still 5-handed, guys. This is the Bar Poker Open here at the Golden Nugget Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Yeah. I'm
Ebony Kenny, Ebony_Kenny, for those of you who don't know, and my co-host is Jesse Sylvia, and his Twitter is Mr. Jesse James 888. You guys hit us up on Twitter. Use the hashtag Bar Poker Open. You know, please comment in the Twitch stream. Ask us any questions within reason. And we're here. So first place is 24,000. I think right now there were 5-handed. Fifth place is 5,300. So all of these players are now guaranteed $5,303.
That overhead shot of the cards is not good. So hard to see the cards with the light reflection. Well, we're only going to see the backs of the cards anyways, right? Or are you talking about when they're all in?
I think he might be when there's like, you know, the flop and the...
Oh, the flop cards. Yeah, that could be an issue. Scott Huff hosted the poker podcast called The Circuit from 2+2 way back in the day. And he is best friends with Stapes. Oh, okay, so that makes sense. So the co-commentator of Stapes wasn't James Hardigan. It was Scott Huff.
So Hot Donna has shipped with King Queen, and she got Phil to fold with the King Queen. So she just takes it down.
Hot Donna. Jesse, how nervous were you at the final table of the WSOP main event? I was super nervous leading up to it, like the first 7 days of the tournament. And then I had 3 months, and I was kind of nervous during 3 months. And by the time it actually came around, I was like I did so much preparation, and it had been so long. I wasn't even nervous. I was just excited, and I wanted to know what was going to happen at that point, because it was like I've done a lot of preparation. I've like learned how I want to play against certain players. I have a good idea of my game plan. I don't really need to change that much. I just actually want to know what cards come out and what happens.
Right. Other than obviously, you know, the hand where you ultimately get second place, are there any moments that absolutely stand out in your mind that you just, good or bad or whatnot, that you'll just always remember?
Yeah, definitely. Like the best moment of the whole thing was my mom's birthday is 4/4/1954, and her favorite number is 4, and we always liked the number 4 growing up because of that, I guess. And so we're 3-handed, and I just lost an all-in against Jake, where I think I was like a pretty big favorite. And then the next hand, I get it all in with Ace-King versus Greggy's Kings. And the flop's Ace, Deuce, 5, and the turn's a blank. And Ashley turns to my mom because my mom doesn't really know all the rules to poker. And she was like, yeah, Jesse needs a 4 or an Ace or he's out right now. And my mom goes, oh, it'll be a 4. Don't worry about it. And just the 4 hearts comes off on the river. And it was like this crazy moment. That was like my favorite.
Oh, that's awesome.
By far, yeah. The difference between taking second and third, like that 4 coming off, like basically let me like buy a house for her to live in too. So it was like
the magical 4.
It was such, yeah, it was like
that's
a magic
so perfect.
4. It was really cool, yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
But yeah, there were other moments that I wish I could have had back. Like I played a couple hands against Jake that I would have liked to have. I made a bluff in one hand or missed a barrel on a turn that I would have changed. But you're just always going to have those, especially when you're playing for that many hours. Like something to keep in mind when you play poker. You're just, no matter what stage you're on, how much preparation you have, like we're humans and we're going to make some mistakes.
Right. Yeah, you're always going to look back and say, like, I could have done this. I could have, like, no one's ever going to play perfect poker for long, extended stretches. Like, you can have moments where you play perfect poker, but to expect yourself to be able to do that and execute it for, 12, 14 hours straight, you're a human being. You're not a robot.
No, for sure, 100%. And, like, even if you don't make big mistakes, you start to hone in on your smaller mistakes you made. Like, there will always be some sort of mistake because you'll just get more meticulous about what a mistake is.
Right.
I don't know. Somebody wrote Vanessa ? I don't know what that. Do it, Phil. All right.
So Phil won the hand before. He shipped with Ace Jack suited and just took it down pre. So Phil Willmeth. He's got to be feeling pretty well. So, or pretty good, actually, in that spot. So let's see. Debbie has raised with king, queen off. What is this, blind versus blind? No, Debbie's under the gun. Okay,
Yeah.
so it's on Donna in the big
Donna's
blind.
trying to decide what to do in the big blind. She folds. That's a really conservative fold. She definitely could have like called, and if she hits a flop, just went with it. But
Well, I think,
everyone seems to be giving. Oh, I'm sorry, Donna folded, right?
Yeah, hot Donna folded, but I think that Debbie, she didn't just min raise. She might have like 3x'd it, which is a.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, she could still call that, but I don't mind. I mean, I don't mind her playing conservative. It seems like everyone's giving Debbie a ton of credit.
Yeah, I like it. And
Yeah.
Let's see.
I'm sure she likes it too.
Of course. RCO says, shout out to all the bars that host these players every week. Yeah, so for those of you that aren't familiar with, the Bar Poker Open and everything, this couldn't be possible, obviously, without all the hard work of Glenn and Griff from Eastern Poker Tour and River Chasers. But it's these bars that, they host these players, day in and day out. A lot of these bars are, they have these poker leagues in there 5, 6, 7 days a week even. And they're the reason that, that we've got this Bar Poker Open, and we're able to stamp that 100K guaranteed on there. So, good looking out, RCO for 3.
Mm-hmm. Donna getting into the red zone now. She certainly is. And everyone else gets into the fold zone when she does.
Rich is taking a page out of Mark's book. He's raised, and then he's just looking straight down. He's like, nobody look at me.
Yeah. He probably noticed, hey, when Mark does that, I definitely can't read him. He can't read me, but maybe he doesn't care about that. They're really short, so maybe you can get a physical tell off of someone, but usually you're just sort of playing the cards a little bit more when you're this short stacked, like everybody is right now. So yeah, I like the idea of putting your head down and just kind of.
Yeah, like if you already have in your mind like what you're doing, and it doesn't matter what anyone else is doing,
Exactly.
It's not a bad play. Like
Yeah.
it might be the play actually.
Yeah. Like you're just free rolling yourself at that point that somebody else has some crazy read on you.
Yeah.
Might as well tuck your head under like was he a turtle spirit animal? I feel like he should have been a turtle.
I think he's an eagle. So so Rich raised with deuces, and Debbie flatted out of the big blind with king 8, and she's just absolutely
Wow.
flopped the world here.
I love how everyone folds their big blind when she raises, and then somebody else raises and she peels the king 8.
Yeah.
Which is fine. It's actually a totally fine peel. It's just,
Especially with her chip stack.
yeah, it's just like the level of hand that people are giving her credit for versus the level of hand that she's giving them credit for is very different.
And she just pushes all in. So
Oh, wow.
She's gonna take
Interesting.
it down.
And Rich just folded. It would have been nice to see her check just because she could,
Yeah, for sure.
maybe get another bet out of him. But odds are pretty good that she wouldn't have gotten much more money because he might just check because he's afraid his 2s aren't good, and then he has to fold later on. Yes, Debbie. Nessa, the baby girl. It is quite clear who you're rooting for.
Step aside and walk around, then sit down. Is that a thing? Oh, look at the crowd.
I don't know. Is that like a victory move, or are you just saying that to like keep it?
I don't know. Somebody, Vita Twitch wrote that, and it just seems catchy. Step aside.
No, I like
walk
it.
around, then sit down.
Sounds like the new dance move.
Team Yurga. RCOFA says she always beats my deuces. Do you play in the Suit Up Poker League, RCOFA? Over 3? I don't even know how to pronounce that. Like, I'm just
Where is
butchering
it?
it. It's in light green there.
C6 is all in.
Yeah.
Where?
We put your cards at the bottom.
Oh, our coffer? Our coffer?
That might be better. So Phil is picked up deuces, and he's gone all in now. He's the big blind, so it's blind versus blind. So we'll see if Debbie's going to call here with queen high.
Yes, I do. R. Coffer.
Much better. I was totally butchering it.
R. Coffer, are you guys tight? Are you guys really good friends? You and Debbie?
Look at all the. We
Me
got
too.
so
Me
many
too.
suit-up
Wow, we
poker.
got all of Debbie's crew in here. That's sick.
Can we get a shot of the commentators, please? Actually, we don't have any cameras back here, but maybe we'll put out a Twitter picture or something out there for you guys. We'll put that out there soon.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get Glenn back in here to take a picture of us. We're in a separate area from the production team and the final table. We're in our own little world back here. So. And we're on a delay, so if you guys don't know, this final table's on a 30-minute live stream delay, so we don't know what's happening. We are seeing what you guys are seeing. So we're going to find out just when you guys find out. So. And for those of you who don't know, if you didn't make it out to Vegas this year, you got to come next year because this event, the same exact event, is going to have a $200,000 guarantee put on it. How about that?
That's wonderful.
So I wish you guys could just see what happened. So Jesse's like texting while I'm telling you guys about the $200K guaranteed, and like as my co-host, he's supposed to like come in right behind me and give me the like, "Whoa, that's so awesome," you know. But he's just like on his phone, and I got to kick him, and he's like, "That's so awesome." The most underwhelming.
I was trying to find pictures so we could send a picture of both of us, but I couldn't do it in time.
Did Debbie just dab? Did we miss that? Did she dab? I tell you what, guys.
Did she really?
If Debbie wins, I'm gonna actually, no matter who wins, I'm gonna ask them to dab.
Yeah.
And I am so bad. Do you know how to dab?
No. What?
It's
what
like
is that?
this, like I don't know.
Oh yeah,
that
I've seen
thing.
that. Yeah.
So I'm so bad at it, and my kids are constantly like, "Stop it, Mom! Stop it!"
Is
and
Debbie
I'm
good
like,
at it?
I don't know, but somebody just said to Debbie, "Just dab." So whoever wins the event, I'm gonna have them dab during their interview. I'll make it a thing.
I like it.
So.
When you dab with them, you could learn a thing or two.
Yeah, and hashtag Fish said, yeah, she did dab. So yeah, so the big thing I was trying to tell you guys, you know, but I had my co-host distracted, but this same event's going to have a $200K guarantee next summer.
Yeah, that's so sick.
Which is amazing. And someone says, what's the buy-in? It's a free roll. If you are playing in your local bar league, and you're not part of Bar Poker Open, you got to tell them to email Bar Poker Open and tell them they want to be involved. And if you are, then you got a chance. And I mean, it's insane. A lot of these players, they won packages where they came out here for absolutely not one penny. It included their flight, their hotel, some spending money, and
that just means that like if it grows to 200 next year, let's say first place gets 30 or 40,000. Like all of a sudden, that's like the average American salary. You could just, just win that for playing in your bar league. That's insane. Yeah. I don't know. I love the concept of it.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It's very rare in the poker world you get to turn nothing into something. You could turn something into more, but.
Yeah. I mean, you can find a tournament anywhere in the country right now, and you're paying $100 to maybe first place is $5K for your nightly local tournament. And here we are, these they're just playing for fun, they're having a great time, no pressure, they get to drink. In the case of Debbie and Mark, you get to hang with your husband or wife, and now he already made his almost 4,000, and hey, she's got a shot at 24,000. So between the two of them, they have a shot at that annual salary.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Which is insane.
No, it's a really cool thing. And not only that, but everyone who's here has already got packages to fly out and stuff like that.
No, not all of them. So you
have to win the package. Okay.
Yeah, so like the package, the way that they did it is they did like a Super League thing. So you qualified, you got points for playing every night. You got X amount of points, and then like if you were in the top 3 of your tournament that night, you won a seat for like the Sunday tournament online. So Bar Poker Open, they have their own online platform where, you know, these players can play online and you can win a seat or win a package. And, you know, those are the juicy, that's what you want to win, because that includes, you know, your spending money. And if you win, you can win a second package, and, you know, you can win a second day too. So you can, you know, you can buy in. So if you bust day 1A, you can rebuy day 1B. So, you know, that's the awesome thing. So, you know, you're playing for points. That's how you qualify. I think Vita Twitch asked what will be the qualifications. And I love it. He says, just cost you your time. Yeah. So there you go. That's all you need. You just got to.
And it's not like anything else that, like, actually costs your time. Like, you're having fun at playing poker.
Yeah.
So it's not like it costs your time. It's just like, if you have a little time, you get to play poker. And then you also could win all this money. And, like, I don't know. I really like it a lot.
Yeah, it's great. And Vita Twitch, or let's see, Frog Tech asked how many players were in this tournament. We got, look at that. You guys are all so friendly on the Twitch stream. Mark Poker says 570. I think that's about right. I think we got 570 players. We got 340 on day 1A and 220 on day 1B. And then I want to say 28 or 29 started day 2. So.
Mm-hmm. First day 4+.
I don't understand the question. Will they get a break? Yeah, the tournament clock's running. They should be, actually, we should be coming up on a break here soon.
Look at Debbie go. She's creeping up on the chip lead here.
Phone. I'm trying to write live stream and my phone autocorrects it to lives freak.
All right.
Okay.
In case anyone wanted to know where Ebony's priorities lie.
I guess my phone knows something I don't know.
Yeah. I gotta say, I really like Debbie's chances as of right now. She just, like, she seems to have the command over the table where people are making big folds to her. She kind of has a good understanding of, you know, where she wants to be at in terms of playing on the big blind and playing on the button and stuff. She's making fairly big folds when other tighter players are coming into the pot.
Yeah.
She looks really, really comfortable.
So Phil folds ace-5 under the gun, and then Thomas now has king-jack on the button. So we'll see if anything happens there. Jots6390 says, are the commentators poker players or not? I'm going to go with nah. Hashtag Fish says, seriously?
I played poker a couple times.
I'm just, I'm more like a, I don't even know. I'm trying to, like, troll myself.
What are you? Let's hear it. You're like, I'm like a,
I don't know.
Come on.
What am I? I'm more like a personality, and not even a good one. I'm just
you're
here.
a good personality. Definitely.
I'm just here. Let's see. Thomas is raised with that king jack offsuit. Wow. I'm really struggling with the English language right now. Maybe that glass of wine's kicking in.
Yeah. You better give me the rest of that wine. We'll just.
You got no shot. I'm over here. I'm savoring mine.
She immediately grabbed the wine, put her hand over the top.
Jesse and I got a glass of wine before the live stream started, much to the chagrin of our producer, who was afraid to let us, to let us out of his sight. But Jesse, you finished your wine way before me, and I'm over here just savoring mine. And it was more like a glass and a half.
Yeah,
the bartender definitely hooked it up.
Well, he poured me a lot less than you. I think he liked you more than me or something.
No way. So Donna's gone all in with her pocket eights, and look at this. Debbie's got king, queen of hearts in the big blind.
Oh man, if Debbie does not call, which is somewhat likely because she's been playing pretty tight to like big raises.
She's asked for a count here.
I think Thomas might fold. Thomas seems to me like he's getting decent pot odds, but he seems to me like when it's a big bet, he's careful.
Yeah.
He doesn't really care about the price so much as what his hand strength is. And if he does fold, then my girl hot Donna is about to pick up a lot of chips. That's kind of what I'm getting around to here. She's going to go from like 2 million to
just all of it.
3.1. So this is a big moment for Donna. If she does get called, it's not the end of the world. She still has a flip. And if she wins the flip, she wins somewhere between like 4.5 and 4.8 million. But if she gets 2 folds, she's going to be like second in chips. Maybe tied for second, around tied for second in chips without having to be all in. That's a huge, huge win.
Yeah, those are those moments that we talked about earlier when you get the no sweat double up.
Yeah, definitely.
Nordic the Chive says Merlot or Chard. Neither. We're drinking Cabernet.
Yeah. And if we weren't, it would be Pinot or Malbec maybe.
Yeah. If you guys have ever seen the movie Sideways, I am not drinking any Merlot.
When the wine vineyard I told you that we went to a couple years ago, I was with, you probably know him, Dylan Horton.
Yeah. He was actually a Once to Watch the same year that I was.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering if, okay. I knew that you both were. I just didn't know if it was the same year.
You know what? I'll tell a side story after you finish your story, but go ahead.
Well, all I was going to say is I made him and Ashley sit down and watch Sideways because neither of them had seen it. We drank like 4 bottles of wine while we watched it, and it was an awesome night. Okay, so we got a fold.
It's a Debbie fold.
And I feel like Thomas might fold. Yep. Wow, that is huge for Donna.
Yeah. Hot Donna.
Hot Donna, let's go.
So funny enough, like I haven't been traveling a ton, playing a lot of live events, especially this past year.
Mm-hmm.
But after the Monster Stack on Friday, like I was like tilted or whatever, so I jumped in the Rio Daily.
Really?
For like 235 or whatever, and it's a lot of fun players, no pros, just people trying to get a piece of the WSOP action. Dylan comes to my table.
Yeah, he was in there.
There's literally no pros. And then, like, I'm sitting and I'm like, he sits down. I'm like, this kid looks so familiar. I'm like, oh, my God, I know this guy. And, like, he's legit the only one that I was worried about. And then, sure enough, like, I'm Googling on my phone. I'm like, I'm pretty sure this is Dylan. So, like, I Google his picture. And I'm
because he looked way different when he was the Ones to Watch.
Yeah,
right? He had the long hair going.
Well, he's so young, I think he was 21, at the time. Like, he just turned 21 or something. Because he was on an online tear at the time.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so, like, I hadn't seen him in years. And all of a sudden, like, he's at my Rio Daily. Like, that's insane.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Because the field was, like, 1,300.
Yeah. No, you're just a huge favorite to not ever know anyone that you play with the entire tournament.
Yeah. Like I would have been a lot less surprised if he was at my Monster Stack. That's totally normal. But then to be at the Rio, I was like, oh, the Rio Daily, hey.
No, for sure.
So.
That's hilarious. In his defense, I know that the day he was playing that, he was drinking fairly heavily, so he did kind of neutralize the you having to play with a pro thing with like 9 beers, because he kept coming over to me. I was playing the PLO that day. He kept coming over to me and sneaking up behind me and starting to give me massages while I was playing, which is fine. I like a good massage, but when it's like a sneak up massage,
like the
creepy,
you're not sure who's touching you.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go with like Kenneth and everyone else, and we don't want to start the political talk on the Twitch chat. We got enough going on. We want this fun and lighthearted, and let's go Hot Donna for president 2016.
Yo, Hot Donna would be a great president.
Yeah, that's as much politics as we're gonna talk here, guys.
When the Russians show up, she'll just shove pocket 8s. It'll be all good. It looks like, whoa, this is interesting. Did Donna raise? So Donna raised the button. It looks like Debbie called from the small blind, which means Debbie changed up a lot. She just was not happy that she had to make that last fold, probably.
Yeah.
And so she decided she was going to get in there.
And Hot Donna wins.
And I almost thought she was going to try to make a move after the flop just because of... I think what happened was she probably thought she could do something after the flop, and then when Donna bet, she realized that she had to commit too many chips. Because to raise there, she had to go at least $1 million.
Yeah.
Which is not great for her. Anyways, all of a sudden, Hot Donna is second in chips.
Yes.
On a tear.
Someone says, okay, fine, Hot Donna 2016.
Yeah.
All right.
If nothing else, definitely Hot Donna 2020 when she has a little more time to. I mean, she's obviously fundraising right now, but you know, she might need to raise a little bit extra.
Hey, this is a good. This is gonna catapult and jumpstart her fundraising. Someone says, no, devastating Debbie for president.
Devastating Debbie. They could run together.
We got Hot Donna and Devastating Debbie. That's a good campaign, huh?
Yeah.
That's a good duo.
Let's do it.
So Thomas is under the gun with King Queen. Let's see if he's gonna. I mean, he's definitely gonna do something. It's just a matter of what he's gonna do. So for those of you that don't know, I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say I haven't talked too much about the Nevada Poker League, which is the league that Hot Donna actually is a part of, and Sissy is the owner of that league, and she is a character.
Really?
She is special. Like the producer Andy, when he first introduced me to Sissy, he said, I think this is your spirit animal. Like you get and I met her, and she's a firecracker, and she's amazing. And shout out to Sissy and the Nevada Poker League. And she's doing it, and she's doing good things for poker, and she's a big, she loves to get women involved in poker, and it's great. So yeah. So Thomas is just flatted with the King Queen, and Donna's raised with 8-4 suited.
Yeah, this is real interesting. It looks like he limped, and she just made it double. So she's definitely not looking to get I mean, maybe she thinks it's possible he does this, but I don't think she's looking to get a fold immediately, since nobody ever folds for double. But she does give herself the momentum, so that if they both miss the flop and she puts in a little bet, she might take it down. And she's made it very clear that she's going to c-bet almost every flop. Oh, that's a really good flop for her.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is a no fear c-bet now.
Yeah. No, I think every time she's raised it up, including the first hand that she played, she always put in a continuation bet when she missed. And so far, everybody's missed almost every time, so it's been great.
Yeah.
She also does, we saw her lead with the King-Jack one time, so she does stay consistent. She bets when she has it, too. Obviously, you're going to miss more than you're going to hit the flop, but that makes it scary for players when they know that she does that. And I think with this pot, she just took the chip lead. I could be wrong. 4.3. I think Hot Donna just took the chip lead. Oh, man. I like her chances heads up, too. If she's playing this aggressively while other people are trying to keep it a little bit more passive, I think that she has a really, really good shot heads up.
Yeah, for sure.
Anything could happen at this point, but we could see a Hot Donna Debbie heads up match that leads to a presidency.
That would be pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, other than the fact that, listen, I'm definitely cheering for the two women to get heads up. Every woman that I've interviewed the past couple days, I've told them, I'm like, listen, I'm not going to lie to you and pretend like I'm not biased, and I'm not going to cheer for you.
Yeah.
Based solely off the fact that you're a woman. Because I am. I'm not going to pretend like I'm not, because I think it's a big deal for women to do well in an environment where it's a male-dominated field. So.
Yeah, no,
and
absolutely.
This is no exception.
One of the saddest things that I saw at the poker table was the year that I final tabled the main event. We had a woman take 10th and a woman take 11th. So we double bubbled having a woman at the final table, which would have been enormous for poker and just really cool for our final table, obviously. We would have been the first year since 95, I think.
Yeah, I remember watching watching the updates, and I think it was streaming, but I was like, we're almost guaranteed to have a woman in the final 9, and I was so stoked. And I was so sad when they went out 10th and 11th.
Yeah,
so
it was brutal.
sad.
Really, really sad, because it was they've been really unlucky in terms of final table bubbles in general for that particular tournament. They just had Negranu last year go out in 11th. He would have been great for poker for him to make it. They had Carlos Mortensen. He would have been like the first main event champion to make the final table again in like, I don't know, 15 years or something like that. And he also took 10th, I believe.
Yeah, there's been so many like on the cusp, like repeat or like big things to happen, you know, like.
No, for sure.
Especially lately.
Yeah.
So it's going to happen. I feel like if a woman makes the November 9 I feel like it might be something along the lines of like the moneymaker effect. Like, I think it might be huge.
I think it could be really big.
Looks like the players are going on break, guys. Only after like 12 million hours of play. All right, guys, so we're going to be on break. I think it's going to be at least a 15-minute break. So stand by, and when we come back, we're going to answer all the questions
where we started with 220 players all competing for their piece of the 100K prize pool. Now we're down to 170, so stay tuned to see how many we get for tomorrow's final table. At the player party at the Shark Tank in the Golden Nugget Casino. Now behind me we've got a lot of drinking, a lot of fun. I'm gonna try and get some people to dance with me, laugh with me, have a great time, so let's go.
Mi casa es tu casa, so it ain't no holding back. Another shot of vodka, you know what's in my glass. It's my house, just relax. Welcome to my house, baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go around. Welcome to my
We're gonna see you guys tomorrow, the final table, live stream, so much to happen. Bar Poker Open, Golden Nugget Hotel Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada, and we're out.
Welcome to my house. It's my house. Open up the champagne, pop. It's my house, come on, turn it up. Hear a knock on the door and the night begins. Cause we've done this before, so you come on in. Make yourself at my home, tell me where you been. Pour yourself something cold, baby, cheers to this. Sometimes you gotta stay in, and you know where I live. Yeah, you know what we is. Sometimes you gotta stay in. Welcome to my house, baby, take control now.
Kenny here, coming to you from the Bar Poker Open National Championship, but this time we're in Las Vegas, Nevada at the Golden Nugget Hotel Casino.
Having a great time here, and I want to thank our league for sponsoring me down here, and I got to tell you guys, this is top notch.
It's very entertaining and very enlightening, you know, seeing how people play in different parts of the country.
I ended up getting a royal flush.
I think it is absolutely amazing that the players have the opportunity to compete in a $100,000 prize pool just for playing bar poker.
This is like a World Series of Poker to them.
Yeah. This is a dream for them to be here playing, because they, as a bar poker player, they probably would never experience this. So this is great.
It's only going to get bigger. That's the thing. I mean, and these guys, they're going to be able to come out and actually play for lots of money coming down the road, which is going to be amazing.
Baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go around.
Coming to you from day 1B of the main event here at the Bar Poker Open, where we started with 220 players all competing for their piece of the 100K prize pool. Now we're down to 170, so stay tuned to see how many we get for tomorrow's final table. At the player party at the Shark Tank in the Golden Nugget Casino. Now behind me we've got a lot of drinking, a lot of fun. I'm gonna try and get some people to dance with me, laugh with me, have a great time, so let's go.
Mi casa es tu casa, so it ain't no holding back. Another shot of vodka, you know what's in my glass. It's my house, just relax. Welcome to my house, baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go around. Welcome to my house. Play that music too loud. Show me what you do now. We don't have to go
tomorrow, the final table, live stream, so much to happen. Bar Poker Open, Golden Nugget Hotel Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada, and we're out.
Welcome to my house. It's my house. Open up the champagne, pop. It's my house, come on, turn it up. Hear a knock on the door and the night begins. Cause we've done this before, so you come on in. Make yourself at my home, tell me where you been. Pour yourself something cold, baby, cheers to this. Sometimes you gotta stay in, and you know where I live. Yeah, you know what we is. Sometimes you gotta stay in. Welcome to my house, baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go around.
Hey guys, Ebony Kenny here, coming to you from the Bar Poker Open National Championship, but this time we're in Las Vegas, Nevada at the Golden Nugget Hotel Casino.
Having a great time here, and I want to thank our league for sponsoring me down here, and I got to tell you guys, this is top notch.
It's very entertaining and very enlightening, seeing how people play in different parts of the country.
I ended up getting a royal flush.
I think it is absolutely amazing that the players have the opportunity to compete in a $100,000 prize pool just for playing bar poker.
This is like a World Series of Poker to them.
This is a dream for them to be here playing, because they, as a bar poker player, they probably would never experience this. So this is great.
It's only going to get bigger. That's the thing. I mean, and these guys, they're going to be able to come out and actually play for lots of money coming down the road, which is going to be amazing.
Baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go around.
I'm coming to you from day 1B of the main event here at the Bar Poker Open, where we started with 220 players all competing for their piece of the 100K prize pool. Now we're down to 170, so stay tuned to see how many we get for tomorrow's final table. Hey guys, we're here at the player party at the Shark Tank in the Golden Nugget Casino. Now behind me we've got a lot of drinking, a lot of fun. I'm gonna try and get some people to dance with me, laugh with me, have a great time, so let's go.
Mi casa es tu casa, so it ain't no holding back. Another shot of vodka, you know what's in my glass. It's my house, just relax. Welcome to my house, baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go around. Welcome to my house. Play that music too loud. Show me what you do now. We don't have to go around.
We're all done for the night. We're gonna see you guys tomorrow, the final table, live stream, so much to happen. Bar Poker Open, Golden Nugget Hotel Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada, and we're out.
Welcome to my house. It's my house. Open up the champagne, pop. It's my house, come on, turn it up. Hear a knock on the door and the night begins. Cause we've done this before, so you come on in. Make yourself at my home, tell me where you been. Pour yourself something cold, baby, cheers to this. Sometimes you gotta stay in, and you know where I live. Yeah, you know what we is. Sometimes you gotta stay in. Welcome to my house, baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go around.
Hey guys, Ebony Kenny here, coming to you from the Bar Poker Open National Championship, but this time we're in Las Vegas, Nevada at the Golden Nugget Hotel Casino.
Having a great time here, and I want to thank our league for sponsoring me down here, and I got to tell you guys, this is top notch.
It's very entertaining and very enlightening, seeing how people play in different parts of the country.
I ended up getting a royal flush.
I think it is absolutely amazing that the players have the opportunity to compete in a $100,000 prize pool just for playing bar poker.
This is like a World Series of Poker to them.
This is a dream for them to be here playing because they, as a bar poker player, they probably would never experience this. So this is great.
It's only going to get bigger. That's the thing. I mean, and these guys, they're going to be able to come out and actually play for lots of money coming down the road, which is going to be amazing.
Baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go wild.
I'm coming to you from day 1B of the main event here at the Bar Poker Open, where we started with 220 players all competing for their piece of the 100K prize pool. Now we're down to 170, so stay tuned to see how many we get for tomorrow's final table. At the player party at the Shark Tank in the Golden Nugget Casino. Now behind me we've got a lot of drinking, a lot of fun. I'm gonna try and get some people to dance with me, laugh with me, have a great time, so let's go.
Mi casa es tu casa, so it ain't no holding back. Another shot of vodka, you know what's in my glass. It's my house, just relax. Welcome to my house, baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go. Cheers to this. Welcome to my
We're gonna see you guys tomorrow, the final table, live stream, so much to happen. Bar Poker Open, Golden Nugget Hotel Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada, and we're out.
Welcome to my house. It's my house. Open up the champagne, pop. It's my house, come on, turn it up. Hear a knock on the door and the night begins. Cause we've done this before, so you come on in. Make yourself at my home, tell me where you been. Pour yourself something cold, baby, cheers to this. Sometimes you gotta stay in, and you know where I live. Yeah, you know what we is. Sometimes you gotta stay in. Welcome to my house, baby, take control now.
Kenny here, coming to you from the Bar Poker Open National Championship, but this time we're in Las Vegas, Nevada at the Golden Nugget Hotel Casino.
Having a great time here, and I want to thank our league for sponsoring me down here, and I got to tell you guys, this is top notch.
It's very entertaining and very enlightening, seeing how people play in different parts of the country.
I ended up getting a royal flush.
I think it is absolutely amazing that the players have the opportunity to compete in a $100,000 prize pool just for playing bar poker.
This is like a World Series of Poker to them.
This is a dream for them to be here playing because they, as a bar poker player, they probably would never experience this. So this is great.
It's only going to get bigger. That's the thing. I mean, and these guys, they're going to be able to come out and actually play for lots of money coming down the road, which is going to be amazing.
Baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go wild.
Coming to you from day 1B of the main event here at the Bar Poker Open, where we started with 220 players all competing for their piece of the 100K prize pool. Now we're down to 170, so stay tuned to see how many we get for tomorrow's final table. At the player party at the Shark Tank in the Golden Nugget Casino. Now behind me we've got a lot of drinking, a lot of fun. I'm gonna try and get some people to dance with me, laugh with me, have a great time, so let's go.
Mi casa es tu casa, so it ain't no holding back. Another shot of vodka, you know what's in my glass. It's my house, just relax. Welcome to my house, baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go. Cheers to this. Welcome to my house. Play that music too loud. Show me what you do now. We don't have to go wild.
We're all done for the night. We're gonna see you guys tomorrow, the final table, live stream, so much to happen. Bar Poker Open, Golden Nugget Hotel Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada, and we're out.
Welcome to my house. It's my house. Hear a knock on the door and the night begins. Cause we've done this before, so you come on in.
I'm going to apologize ahead of time because on break we went and grabbed a glass of wine and some candy. So if you guys hear us make a little more noise than usual between talking,
sometimes you gotta stay in.
But we're done. We got 40 seconds left.
Yeah, you know what we
back to play. So welcome back to the live stream of Bar Poker Open. I'm Ebony Kelly. I'm with Justin.
Baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to.
Hey guys, Ebony Kenny here, coming to you from the Bar Poker Open National Championship. But this time, we're in Las Vegas, Nevada, at the Golden Nugget Hotel and Casino.
Having a great time here, and I want to thank our league for sponsoring me down here. And I got to tell you guys, this is top notch.
It's very entertaining and very enlightening, seeing how people play in different parts of the country.
I end up getting a royal flush.
I think it is absolutely amazing that the players have the opportunity.
Welcome back, guys. I don't even know if my spiel that you guys just heard, if you guys heard any of that, so I'm going to do it again. Welcome back to the live stream of the Bar Poker Open. I'm Ebony Kenny with my co-host, Jessie Sylvia, a.k.a. Hot Jessie.
What's up?
It's a 100K guaranteed Bar Poker Open main event. They're playing for 24K. We're coming to you from the Golden Nugget Hotel Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. And we are down to 5. Right now they are guaranteed $5,303. Going from $7,000, $9,600, $13K, going all the way up to first place for $24,000. So
blinds are $40,000.
And as you can see, the chip stacks right there. That's where we stand.
Hot Donna is killing it.
She's the chip leader.
I could not be more excited. Rich is getting short. He needs to make a move soon. He has been very, very patient. And he's had less than stellar cards. And when he had aces, he got no action. But it's time to do something.
It's time.
And the 80s are 40.
Sean Cash H said he's from Wellfleet. Nice, dude. You should come down to Cape Cod and hang out. It's a wonderful place.
Yep. All right, you guys ready?
Thanks, guys, for all the love. You guys understand we're doing a great job. Fabulous. I got a little side compliment out of there. Thank you.
Nice.
You didn't have any blacks for us to color up, though.
I don't know. We got somebody looking for a security guard. Sorry. We got people trying to get in the booth with us. So.
Are you talking about this compliment?
Yeah.
Nice. So, VDAT Witch?
Vita Twitch is what I meant to say.
Oh, Vita Twitch. Okay, that makes more sense. Says you guys are doing a fabulous job. I agree, and I want to thank you for your nice words.
All right, the chive says I need some mic gain, so let me know if that's better. I tried to turn it up a bit.
Thank you, by the way, Nordic, for the feedback. It's really, really helpful.
Yeah, you guys, shout out to you guys. You guys have been so great, and in the interaction and asking us questions and being supportive, and it's awesome.
Shawnee Cash asked me if I still live on the island. I don't live there year round. I consider myself like forever an islander. That's kind of what we say. I don't live there year round right now. I live in Las Vegas, but as soon as the World Series is over, I go home, and I think I'm going to be there until the middle of October this year because it is one of the best places on the planet to be in the summer, especially. It's just a beautiful, awesome place.
And this is Martha's Vineyard?
Yeah.
I've never been there.
You should come out.
I probably, what? I was going to say, I think you might be doing something with the Eastern Poker Tour or something. I think I might have to
yeah, come by.
Take a trip and make it a thing.
If you ever want you're talking about your daughter learning to surf.
Yeah.
If she ever wants to learn to surf in like a safer environment, we don't have huge waves and good waves and stuff. And
I might have to do that. Yeah, I'm not a fan of her going in shark-infested water.
Well, we don't really have many sharks.
Yeah, so that's why I said, so we could probably do it there.
They did film Jaws on our island, but that was a mechanical shark.
Yeah, it's all right. So,
we got rid of him.
So Rich has gone all in with ace-6, and Thomas had queen-jack in the small blind, and he folded, and Rich is going to take it down. So, and Rich is from Boston, right? Yeah, home of the champs.
Yeah, he's repping it. He's got the Boston hat on. We actually have 2 Las Vegas residents still in.
Really?
Yeah, I believe Hot Donna.
Hot Donna for sure.
And Top.
Look at that.
Yeah.
So 40% of the current final table is from Nevada Poker League, which is they're new to the Bar Poker Open, which is awesome. So really good showing by them.
Absolutely. Scrub 54321 asked, "Isn't Queen Jack an easy call here?" I believe he meant the last hand. You know he's shoving with pretty much any 2 here. I would probably call. I don't think he's shoving with any 2. Specifically, I don't think that Sean.
Which one? Rich?
Or sorry, Rich.
Yeah.
I don't believe that Rich is shoving with any 2. He's been extremely patient. I think that if he looked down at even something as strong as Queen 5, he'd probably fold. And maybe even like King 2 or something. I still think that Queen Jack's probably a call because there's a lot of dead money in there. But if you decide to fold Queen Jack, this is one of the better spots to do it for 3 big blinds, that's for sure.
Yeah. Kenny 10 says Rich is from Quincy, Mass. And I know that that's how you pronounce it because my ex-boyfriend is from Quincy. One of my many ex-boyfriends.
Really?
I actually
does he
spent
know
like
Ronnie?
yeah, he does. I actually spent Thanksgiving up in Quincy. So
No way.
like a few years ago, many moons ago, back when I had the boyfriend from Boston. And I actually he finagled me and got me to wear some Patriots gear, which I'm a Cowboys fan, so that's like blasphemy for me to wear Patriots gear. But he, I think might have been one of our first dates. He asked me to a Patriots game, and they were playing the Dolphins in Miami. And I said, he was like, oh, if we get tickets, you gotta wear Patriots gear. And I was like, sure. Didn't think he was gonna get tickets, and he did. And yeah, so there's multiple pictures of me wearing Patriots gear, and I wore it a lot while we were dating.
Oh man.
I was playing the good girlfriend card, but
I mean, in your defense, it was a good time to wear Patriots gear. It still is. But by the way, can I say something? Hot Donna has flopped a straight. This is all wonderful.
And the thing about Hot Donna is definitely going to get some money out of this because Debbie, she's proven to be the aggressor in many a pot. So, Hot Donna's going to get something out of this.
Yeah, it's going to be Debbie bet 300, nice. And Hot Donna just calls. This is, we know because we could see the hands that she wasn't going to get a single dollar if she raised. So just calling is by far the best option, knowing the hands. But even not knowing the hands, it's always nice to call and be a little bit concealed about how strong you are. And look at this, Debbie just made a big bet.
She's not giving up. She's bet 1 million now.
Donna's just call just earned her an extra $1 million, at least, as much as we know, because we know she's not folding ever, and we know that Debbie's not going to win this pot.
So now Donna's gone all in, and obviously Debbie can't call. She folds.
And it wasn't the worst time to take a shot at the pot for Debbie. It's just, unfortunately, Hot Donna has the hot hands, and she has...
Yeah, because Hot Donna's folding a lot of one pair hands there.
Yeah.
It's just bad timing for Debbie. That's all.
Yeah, and she also, for the size that she made on the flop, Hot Donna can have over cards that decide to peel the flop with a gut shot, like Jack 10 or Queen 10 or something like that, or straight shot.
Yeah.
Somebody wrote Donna flopped the joint. Donna did just flop the joint.
I got your 80. I just need you to put in 150 for your small ball.
So we're getting notes from our producer. So if you guys ever there's ever just a lull in in the conversation between Jesse and myself, it's purely because we're getting notes or Jesse's on his phone. And so we're getting some notes from the producer.
Both? We can't get notes while I'm on my phone. I'm very quick and I only look at my phone or get notes. So Rich is almost definitely going to go all in here.
So the dealer is, she actually makes a mistake here. The dealer button didn't move. So interesting to see what's going to happen here.
Yeah, because I was 300 and.
Yeah, because the last hand was definitely blind versus blind between Donna and Debbie.
Oh, yeah. Floor, BPO.
And did Rich do anything yet?
Yeah, Rich went all in, and because, you know, for those of you not familiar, action is when 2 or more players have acted right, and then it's considered action.
Yeah, I think so. Or they usually say significant action, so if it's 1 player and they go all in, it might even be enough. But once there's significant action, they can't reverse something like that. So it just sucks for the blinds. They put out blinds again.
That really sucks for Debbie after she just, you know, bluffed, and now she's got like a huge portion.
Yeah,
you know?
she's super short, and now she's going to have to lose this big blind. Unless she finds a hand. It's good for her. So, but yeah, this is the worst timing for this to happen for Debbie because she has so much of her stack that's remaining in the blind.
Yeah, so Whitney's our dealer here, and, you know, it's tough, but, you know, apparently word on the street is Whitney's super sweet, so we're not going to hold it against her, but that's very tough for, you know, mistakes happen. I know she's got to feel bad right now. And obviously Rich is ecstatic that the action holds.
Yeah, it isn't all in.
You know, he just got up cheering.
I think that's fair rolling.
It isn't all in. It's the right rule.
Yeah, I mean.
And you can see the dismay in Debbie's face. She's clearly, you know, not happy.
Yeah, she looks.
With the call.
Like she's just staring into the abyss right now.
No.
Wait, she was the big blind, right?
Yeah, she's still the big blind, but she's the big blind twice. So
she already folded her hand too.
Yeah.
It looks like she has no cards in front of her, so she must have thought she was.
It was going to be a misdeal.
Wow,
that's
probably
brutal. What she thought. So.
Oh no,
she's still
Debbie
got
does
her
have
cards.
cards. Okay.
But either way, these are hands that she's not going to play. But
okay, so that it still sucks a lot, but at least she got to have the chance to pick up a hand that could call.
I fold. You're lucky that was their fault.
Guys, this is the stuff that these things happen in poker tournaments, and these are the things you don't really see too often on live streams and final tables. But hey, you know, we're all human beings. We all make mistakes, and the dealer just, you know, it's an honest mistake. She just forgot to move the dealer button.
And that's something to remember too, is that dealers do make mistakes. So, not that Debbie did anything wrong, but it's extra helpful to be on the lookout for that so that you don't get charged too big blinds.
Yeah, for sure. Just be aware, you know. And it's one of those things that, you know, you see the good and the bad. The good in regards to Rich because, you know, hey, he picked up a hand and the action stood. And he knows he's taking it down because if either one of the blinds had a hand, they wouldn't be objecting. You know, and you know, and then on the flip side, you've got Debbie in the big blind who just lost a huge pot, a big portion of her stack, and you know is paying the big blind again. So just remember when you guys are playing, you know, I know that especially in the bar poker leagues, it's self-dealing. You know, they deal their own hands. So if you have the button, you deal. But just remember, you know, have a little compassion, and we all make mistakes.
Everybody makes mistakes. What do we have?
East Coast cod. More like Boston. City champion.
Nesta baby girl said Debbie got that evil look. I think when she
wasn't happy. She was definitely a little heartbroken.
Yeah, it just couldn't be worse timing for her.
Yeah. I mean, you guys put yourself in that spot. You're not thinking clearly after you just want to, you know, you just bluffed off your chips.
Yeah,
and
of course.
Essentially, you got your hand caught in the cookie jar.
Yeah, the most unaware of what's about to happen will be after you run a bluff. You just feel out of your element for a little bit, for sure. And that's like the easiest time to miss that the big blind was on you twice.
Yeah.
That's like really unfortunate, that timing.
Yeah, because I mean, I've been there when, you know, it's one thing if you lose a whole, you know, a huge hand, and I'm sure you've been here as well plenty of times where you lose a huge hand and it's just out of your control. It's just a cooler or whatever. But it's another when you like, you know, you lose a pot that you think maybe I could have chosen a better spot, maybe this, and it was a significant portion of your chips. And you're just flustered. My ears get red when that happens. Like I immediately, like I get hot all over. So here we've got an all-in Debbie versus Phil. It's blind versus blind. They have the same hand. They're just gonna chop it up.
Okay, that was good that the non-diamond turn came, because if all of that happened and then Debbie lost ace-8 versus ace-8, that would have been really, really brutal.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it's just I'm trying to get this fly out.
Oh, thank you. There is a bug in my wine. Oh, he's really in there now. Vita Twitch tweeted in and said, Thomas listening to that easy jazz. So while the chaos is going on, our man Thomas is just staying focused with his, I'm still holding out that it's Skrillex, but you never know.
So let's see, I got some Twitter question. At jrees425 says, Jesse and Ebony, best advice on how to study poker and improve. Been playing for years and really want to play at a higher level. I'll let you answer that.
I mean, a little bit of everything. You need to, I've heard different ratios, but I think something like 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 playing to studying is good. And then when you're studying, you need to talk about poker with friends. If you have friends that are good at poker, you need to read some books, watch training videos, do math. There's a lot of like fairly simple math you can do that just, you know, a couple small calculations that'll tell you if it's right to call an all in or go all in. There's a really good, my buddy just made an app called Check Shove, and my friend Max Silver, and it's probably the best app I've seen in terms of figuring out whether you should go all in when you're pretty short or not, and whether you should call an all in when they're short, and just mess around with that for a few hours, and you'll get a better idea of what your ranges should look like.
I'm gonna check that out. That seems like the nuts as far as, you know, poker apps go.
Actually, check it out. So this is the app. I'm not going to talk about it too much because there's other people who can't see it, but one cool thing about the app, if it ever loads, is that it has this thing called training right there at the top. And after you've played around with the different ranges, you can hit training, and then it'll just ask you random quiz questions like, so-and-so shoves from the cutoff with 12 big blinds. What is that calling range going to look like? And you can
awesome.
Try to get a higher score than your friends on it and stuff. It's a really good way to learn.
Yeah, that's really awesome. I think also, I'm going to add on what Jesse said to you at jrees425 is be honest with yourself. I think that's the biggest thing.
Yes, that's huge.
A lot of players, they're not as honest with themselves as they think they are, and I think you really have to check your ego and just be aware of and honest about what mistakes you're making. And, you know, like if you win a hand, could you have won more? If you lost a hand, could you have lost less? You know, just be very honest with yourself and have compassion for yourself, but also be honest and aware.
Especially when you're on a downswing.
For sure.
I've noticed there's like two types of people when you're on a downswing. The type that's just like, oh, I'm running bad, and then the type that's really hard on their play, and both aren't being honest with themselves. The guy who thinks he's just running bad, he's wrong. He's also, or she, they're also playing bad a little bit too. You almost inevitably play worse when you're on a downswing. The person who's just blaming themselves for everything, and I have friends who do that, they're also wrong. They're running bad, you know? So you have to really assess like what you're doing right and wrong at all times. And sometimes it's really difficult. You're emotional about losing, and I think that's a huge piece of advice.
Yeah, I think for me especially, like I'm such an emotional person, like just across all forms. Like I'm just super, I'm super in tune, and I'm aware. I know when I'm being irrational, you know. But I've been lucky enough to surround myself with some people that have been able to kind of, you know, gut check me, and where I respect them enough to take it, and it's put me in a spot where now I can do it to myself, and I'm aware of, you know, God, I played that so bad. And like sometimes you win hands and you play them awful.
Yeah.
And those are hands you got to look back to because, you know, not every hand you win you play well. You could have played the hand so bad and won. And are you going to do it? Are you going to do that 999 more times? You know, those are spots you just got to be honest with yourself. Be honest and be compassionate.
One hand perfectly, you
Yeah.
know? Not to mention like a whole session. And when you have a winning session, you're like, oh, I played so well. And it's like, you probably could have played one street of every hand slightly better. Like your bet size could have yielded a little bit more when you get called or whatever.
Yeah. So I hope we answered your question enough. And then, you know, he also tweets, how much wine did the dealer drink from the hand before when she forgot to move the button. And this is the part we're going to have some compassion, okay? So Thomas takes that hand down with eights, blind versus blind, and the button moved. So Debbie's down to 3 bigs and Phil's down to 4 bigs, and Debbie's on the big blind right now. So she's gotta. They've both got to be feeling some pressure, but Debbie more so because she's the big blind now.
Yeah. No, for sure. Debbie's gonna have to make a move very soon. I think she's got 3 big blinds, so if she doesn't call it off here, she's not gonna ever get a fold again. So unless she has, you know, a really, really bad hand, she's going to have to call an all in here.
Yeah.
Phil has ace king, which isn't good for her chances, but most of her hands that she'll pick up are live at least. It's time to say the 2 words, the most fun 2 words in English language, Phil. Go ahead, you can do it. Oh, he did it.
I think he just called.
What? Oh, wow. This is sneaky. This might be a little too sneaky.
I was going to say, this is some super intense metagame that I don't know about. Like, just flatting with 4 bigs.
Now what does Donna do? This is weird for Donna. Is she just going to call? Looks like she's getting out a few more chips.
I was going to say, of the 5 players that are left, I can count. I would choose Donna to be the aggressor of the 5 when it comes to this, and that's good. I think that's the right move. She's got 2 super short stacks behind her.
This is going to be unfortunate for Donna too because, well, Phil has been doing this all day. He's been limp re-raise going all in against people, which has yielded great results because every time he's limped, somebody's raised with a hand they can't call with. We saw Mark do it with 9-3 offsuit, I think.
Yeah.
We saw somebody else do it with like a reasonably legitimate hand, but he still couldn't call.
Yeah.
Donna's about to make it 600, and then he's going to go all in, and what's she going to do?
So did Debbie fold?
Oh, he's only all in for 1.3.
So, did Debbie fold? I can't see.
It looks like Debbie...
Did he act before?
He might have acted before Debbie did. Oh, you know what I think happened? I think there's a chance that Debbie... No, I don't know if Debbie's done anything yet. This is weird.
1.0.
I think Debbie might have put in the 300.
Well, because there's no way, because Donna made it 600K. And
Debbie started with
Debbie was
825.
the big blind.
Okay. I'm not quite sure what's up. I'm confused about how Debbie still has 525 left. But either way, she should be calling here just because there's so much money in the pot.
Yeah.
I think she might end up folding because their hand's so bad. But there's just if she wins that pot, she actually wins like 2.7 million.
Yeah.
Something like that, which is enormous compared to what she's left with. So I wouldn't mind gambling there at all.
Just keep saying it. That's all you want.
We have RFD212 said, living in Vegas, how often do Thomas and Hot Donna play in bigger tournaments? I'm not sure. I've never played a tournament with either one of them.
They don't actually. They play mostly bar poker.
Cool.
Yeah. So they play purely for the love of the game, and you know, to be able to hang out with friends and.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They both played well at this final table.
Yeah.
Maybe they should also play in some other tournaments as well.
Yeah, Thomas said that if he wins this event, he's going to play some more poker and do some work on his house. So yeah, I don't think that they do too much. Thomas is 71. Looking great for 71. Are you kidding me? I feel like this is wrong, but he's 71.
He's a young-looking 71.
Yeah. Hey, I can say it, right? Black don't crack. It's a thing. I'm so grateful for some of my genes. Well, all of my genes, but I'm just saying, like, you know, I know I don't look my age, but I'm grateful. Like, my mom's got both my parents look super young, and it's that whole phrase "black don't crack." That's a thing. It's definitely a thing.
It's a great thing to have going. We have a phrase for us. It's Portuguese don't age so well. Something like that. Portuguese don't start out so great, and they don't get any better. Whatever.
Oh my God, I love it.
Phil is really thinking this one over. He's gonna put it in. It's just not enough to get a fold. And Debbie's, you know, she's in good shape.
Yeah, she's got the best of it right now. So we'll see. We got Queen 9 against 7-4.
Phil has half of my favorite hand ever.
What's your favorite hand ever?
7-4 of diamonds.
Ah.
He's so close.
That's a sexy hand.
It is.
Those are hands that I love 5-8. Yes! 5-8 clubs.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's one of those things where you're like partial because you've like won a couple big pots, and that's why you obviously whatever, but I love it.
No, 5-8 of clubs is a great one too. I think the 7-6-4s and the 5-6 3s are like stuck together. So I feel like those hands sort of block the most straights.
Yeah. So Debbie doubles up. Whoop, whoop. Devastating Debbie.
The Portuguese never sneeze, says PD Capers. That is definitely our phrase.
Is that a phrase?
I have no idea. It should be. The Portuguese never sneeze.
So look at this. They just showed. I'm drawing a blank anyway, but something came across the screen, and it said percentage of hands. I assume it's percentage of hands that have gone to showdown that they've been involved, and Donna and Thomas both are at 0%. So they have not gone to showdown one time.
Really?
And they're here, 5-handed.
I know it is.
Wow.
That's an impressive stat.
Yeah, that's really crazy.
I couldn't do
I don't
that
think I
if
could cheat
tried.
that.
Oh man.
Like game's a little different, like in terms of trying to get more showdown.
Wake up over there.
Still, that would be really hard to pull off and still be in the tournament. That's really impressive. I think Donna just folded ace-5.
Did she?
I think she's just happy with her large stack. She's gonna wait till other people do some stuff.
Yeah.
And get knocked out, or at least see what happens with them. And then if she doesn't get the pay jumps, then she can gamble it up. I don't mind that.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. You want to be the driver in the hand and be sure of where you're at. And Hot Donna's doing it.
800,000 30. 800,000 30. 8 30.
Let's see. You guys got any more questions for her? Are those seats comfortable? They're not bad, actually. We're in the same seats right now, so.
For you, Chocolate Bunny.
Seats are good. I like these seats.
Nope.
So Debbie's gone all in with Jack 10, and Rich is thinking about it with Jack 7.
I just got word that my good friend Ankush Mondavia won the 5K turbo bracelet. Nice job, buddy.
Shout out to Anka. Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
Anka's just the man, and he's just like struggled with the fact that he's such a crusher online, and he hasn't had a ton of big field tournament success live yet, and so this probably feels really, really good for him.
That's so awesome.
Yeah, he's so good at poker too.
So J Rees 425 says, "Thank you so much. It was awesome to listen to the feedback." You're welcome. It was, you know, if you guys have any questions, for real, like, ask us. That's what we're here for.
Yeah.
You know, and I love when people are really excited and actually want to know instead of just telling bad beat stories. Like, you'd be surprised how many people just want to talk about their bad beats.
Yeah.
Instead of just, hey, like, just one, you know, quick question. Just, you know, something simple that isn't so simple. You know, as like, what can I do to get better?
No, for sure.
At One Hot Player says, "Oh my God, why did it take Phil so long to call that? That's a snap call." I believe, I hope I don't butcher your name. It's Yurga at One Hot Player. You know, these you have to remember, these are bar poker players. They're playing. They're used to playing for fun, and now they have a chance to play for 24,000, which is, listen, 24,000 is a lot to anyone. You know, but especially if you're playing a free roll. So these are big decisions, big game time decisions that they have to make in the moment, and they're not used to making them, you know, on this type of stage. So we have to take that into an account and just remember that, hey, we don't know what we're gonna do when we're there. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're playing for more money than they probably ever played for, and if they want to take their time, they're gonna take their time.
Yeah.
I don't blame them at all. And we're going to fill in those little gaps with lots of wonderful banter. I think in spirit of what we were talking about yesterday, we should do 5 minutes each of people can ask us any question within reason and we'll answer it.
Oh, I like it.
I mean, we can reserve the right to maybe say no to some of the questions. But.
All right, guys. So we could do an AMA right now. You can ask Jesse anything for the next 5 minutes. And we'll answer it if it's something that we can talk about on the stream. If it's not outrageous and not quite out of line, then you guys go ahead, have at it. In the meantime, the Chive says, is the emerging state online poker regulation hurting the bar leagues or actually acting as feeder for the live scene like it did during the poker? You know, I don't know. I'm not even going to pretend to try and give you like a fancy answer. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I don't think it can hurt.
We just got word from the higher up that it will definitely help it. We're going to go with that. Debbie's still hanging on. Let's go, Debbie, says OSU Fanatic 79. Let's go, Debbie. I wonder what she's drinking in there. You think it's water?
Definitely not. She said some tequila, some vodka, some orange juice.
Are you serious? Who have I haven't been rooting for her this whole time.
I know.
I mean, I've been kind of rooting for her. I've been rooting for her and Hot Donna.
Yeah. You know what's really awesome? I've got one of those cups coming my way from Suda Poker. Kimberly Perkins is going to send me one with, and it's just going to personalize it with my name on it. So I'm super excited about that. Yeah.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah. So I told her, you know, I'll definitely I'll start playing with that. Like, I don't care. I'll put it right there.
Yeah.
Like, I want a personalized, you know, like whatever it's called.
No, for sure.
When I get to my second glass of wine, the English language is not my strong suit. So
yeah.
I falter for like baby words that I normally use day in, day out.
I have the issue where before my second glass of wine, the English language isn't my strong suit. And then I'm just great at it. Also Spanish.
Do you guys think electronic devices should be banned at the tables? I don't, but I'm not a fan of like people like Snapchatting their hands and what else? So what are the other? There's a couple of other platforms that people are using during hands. I think that it goes against the whole idea. Like people, like back in the day, you would get in trouble if you even touched your phone. during a hand, and now people are just able to like film their hands and then raise, and I don't know. I'm not a fan of that part of it.
I think you're right. I think it goes against the spirit of, especially if you're a professional, the spirit of what we're trying to do. When people do this at the table sometimes, when they take a bad beat, they like whip out their phone and take a picture. Some of them say they have to send it to their staker to prove how they got knocked out or something. I don't know. I stake people, and I've never even come close to wanting that sort of information.
Right.
I don't know any other stakers who do. Whatever. But the problem is that you're, in a very small way, you're shaming the person who bad beat you in the pot.
Yeah.
And you should never be doing that, because you don't know who it is, and you don't know who you're going to drive away from poker.
Right.
And yeah, it's just a bad idea for sure. I think that I come from a cash background primarily, so I like allowing as much stuff as you can at the table,
right?
Because I want, you know, recreational players to feel as comfortable as possible.
So
wow.
Phil is raised with ace-7 offsuit, and Donna flatted in the big blind with ace-5 of spades, and she's just flopped the world here.
Yeah, Hot Donna has ripped this flop off. She says ace-high flush draw pair. And if she knew what Phil had, she'd probably check, because she has him drawing almost dead. But she's going to put a bet in, sort of protect her hand, and, you know, charge him a little bit to see the turn.
Yeah, you can go down.
What's the weird? Jot6390 said, "What's the weirdest thing you've bet on? You've bet on a poker game?" I guess you mean like.
Probably like the weirdest side bet or something, right?
Yeah, I mean, I've only won money in a poker game, I believe. When I was in high school, I played CeeLo on the back of the bus with my tennis team, and I won. I almost won a kid's shoes, which would have been really funny because there was only a pair of shoes. So you've been like walking home from the bus barefoot. I don't know. I'm trying to think of weird stuff that I won. One of the worst losses I've had with any bet was I have to wear Eli Manning's jersey for the next World Series main event. I was supposed to do it like 2 years ago, and I just kept putting it off because I didn't want to do it. But my roommate at the time was from New York, so I told him he would have to wear a Brady jersey, and if I lost the bet, I'd have to wear a Manning jersey.
Yeah.
And I definitely lost the bet.
Do you think there should be a shot clock in poker?
Yes, definitely. I think people play too slow. I'm one of the culprits of that sometimes, but I definitely think that people waste a lot of time, and a shot clock would be great. I actually think, I don't know if anyone's seen the Global Poker League, but they do an online thing, and they do kind of like a chess shot clock where everyone has maybe 10 minutes of time bank, and every time they have a decision, they just go into that.
Right.
And I think that's like, it would be harder to implement, but
right.
It would be by far the best way to go about it. Because there are people who play really fast, and then they legitimately need 3 minutes to think about
right.
one big pot, and that's very fair. And that's very different than someone who takes 30 seconds per street, but then, you know, also needs 3 minutes.
Right.
And they should be treated differently.
Did you see the Hard Rock this year? I forgot which, I can't remember what event it was, but they had a shot clock at all the tables. It was the first time they did a shot clock tournament.
Really?
And to hear about it, I wasn't a big fan. I was one of the ones that was like, nah, I don't know, you know. I was kind of on the fence about what to do. So Phil folds and Donna takes down the pot, so that's good. But I was kind of on the fence until I saw the way that it was set up. So they had the shot clock, and every time after the deal, like after every decision and on every street, the dealer would push a button, and you would have like 10 seconds or 15 seconds to act, and then you would have X amount of like little chips where you could say time.
Yeah.
And it was such a good, it made things so much easier. So after, like, on the flop, dealer pushes a button, pushes a new button if it's on a new player, you know, and then on the turn, new button. And then it just streamlined all of the decision making like so much better. Like I was not a fan of the idea of the shot clock before I saw that. Once I saw it, I'm such a huge fan. If it's like that.
No, I think they did that for the 300K, almost the same thing you just described.
Yeah.
And I think it went really well. And obviously that's a tournament with a lot of pros, or the recreational players have played a lot of poker, so it's much easier for them to adapt.
Right. They're used to making decisions day in, day out.
Yeah, exactly. And so it would be a little harder to bring it into, like, you know, a $500 tournament because you have complete novice players. You don't want to alienate them.
Right.
But yeah, I think that the technology's gotten to the point where that's not an issue, you know.
Right.
And
I think
it's just moving slower.
I think that's the thing that, you know, you guys at home watching the stream that you have to remember is that, you know, like Jesse and I, you know, we're professional poker players and we make these decisions day in, day out. This is what we do for a living. So we're just used to kind of being on the clock all the time, you know, whereas if you're not used to making these decisions, you honestly, you need some time to think about what you're going to do. And those are the spots that you guys just have to be aware of. Like, be aware of the type of player that you're getting involved with when you decide to call clock. Like, is this a habitual offender that's constantly, like you said, they're taking 30 seconds to check and then fold, to check fold. Like, come on, you know?
No, absolutely.
Or are they, you know, hey, this guy always acts pretty quickly, and then this time around, he needs a little more time. Like, just, you know, be aware. So.
Would it be possible to get autographed poker chips from YouTube? Says CDB. Sorry that we just scrolled up. CDBR19. Yes. If you can find our Twitter, hit me up on Twitter and we can figure something out. Work it out. Debbie get a walk in the big blind? It looks like she did. Oh, I missed some questions.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I have a question. Oh no, that was, what is the weirdest prop bet either of the hosts have done? Well, I heard about one that you did where you had to wear a diaper.
Yeah, that was last year. That was actually, for me, that wasn't the weirdest one. The weirdest prop bet I had was actually a couple years ago when WPT, the first time they had WPT in St. Martin. I was playing ping pong with a couple of German players. They had ping pong tables in the lobby of the hotel, and I was like up all night playing ping pong. Like nice. It took me back to when I was in Girl Scouts, and I used to go camping all the time, and the only thing to do was like play ping pong.
Yeah.
You know, so I was ecstatic.
Awesome.
So I was playing ping pong with a couple German players, and ended up making really good friends with this guy Phil, and we like played, and he said that if I lost, I would have to wear socks on my ears for the main event. So I ended up wearing the socks on my ears, and I had busted day 1A, and this was the night of day 1A, and so I wore the socks, and they were like the finger, like the toe socks. So they weren't just regular socks; they looked like crazy gloves, you know. So I ended up wearing them on my ears for day 1B and bagged as chip leader. And I was like, all right, well, I'm going to keep it going. So I wore them for day 2, bagged chip leader, wore them for day 3.
Are you serious?
Yeah, wore them for day 3.
way.
And like bagged second in chips. And then I didn't wear them for day 4. And like I lost Queen's Days Jack and like just got 10th. And I was like, oh, should have wore the socks.
Yeah.
So that was, for me, that was the weirdest thing, because like if you Google and like see any of the images from that tournament, I just have socks on my ears and like no one knows why, and I just didn't tell anyone why. I was like, nope, I'm just, you know, I'm wearing them. Like people thought I was like wearing them, it was like a fashion thing. I'm like, definitely not.
No, you guys don't wear socks on your ears? Or you guys judge?
Yeah, so I think that was the weirdest thing, and I still have those socks to this day. So
really,
I think that was about 4 years ago.
Nice.
Yeah.
So start wearing them, and you can just like win every tournament.
I might. You know what? I might have to bring them out for the main event.
Do it up.
It's so cold in there anyway. So
yeah, you have a good excuse. I like it. I think you should definitely.
Yeah. So that was my weirdest prop bet.
Yeah, that's a pretty weird prop bet.
For hours and hours. I felt ridiculous for the first day. And the second day I was like, put them on. I'm like, nope, I'm wearing these bad boys. So, what about you? What was your weirdest prop bet?
My weirdest prop bet. This might not be my weirdest, but recently I had a prop bet. We were at a wedding, and my really good friend. He used to be my roommate, and his and this girl were hitting it off. And my friend offered me 2-to-1. He had decided that they would go back to the room together. And I was like, man, I'll always take 2-to-1 that something goes wrong and, like, you know, a guy doesn't get laid. Like, that seems like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, that's the safe bet.
yeah, of course. Like, there's only one reason why it happens, and there's a million reasons why it could not happen. And so I'm always going to I'll take even money, actually. But so, yeah, so they actually left together, and my friend's just making fun of me all night. He's like, I won the bet. And then in the morning, we see the kid, and my friend talks to him, and he comes over to me. He's like, you won the bet. Yes.
So we've got some action here. Donna's in the cutoff with Queen Jack, and she's flopped middle pair with a straight draw, and Rich is in the big blind, and he's flopped straight draw, excuse me. So we might see some action here. We might see at least a flat from Rich.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine he doesn't call.
Yeah.
It's too bad for him. He doesn't know this, but he's basically drawing dead to a chop.
Yeah.
But I think he has to call here because Donna could just have like, oh, and he got a chop. So that's a good card for Rich.
So we're gonna see a lot of fireworks for nothing. But it'll be interesting to see how they both play this.
Yeah, this is. I mean, even when you have a chop like this, you get some information out of it. So you're always gaining something.
Yeah.
In this case, they're both going to get information out of each other. But okay, well, not that much info because Donna's just going to go all in, and Rich is never going to fold. So.
Let's see. You guys have some more questions, and we are just getting caught up. And let's see.
I call. I call.
I'm looking for some questions from you guys, so if we're taking a minute, it's because I'm scrolling.
If anybody has questions for Ebony of the same type, we could also start doing that. I feel like you're going to get like 20 times the questions that I get.
So HTL essay says, do these guys / girls play cash at the bars or tournaments only? So they're playing tournaments, and most of the time they're playing for prizes. You know, they're playing for bar tabs, TVs, who knows, you know, all the good stuff. And in this case, because they're affiliated with the Bar Poker Open, they get a chance to play for seats and points and come out here and take their shot at a $100K prize pool, you know, or in the case of next year, a $200,000 prize pool. So if you guys are interested in being a part of this, you know, look for your local bar league and tell them, hey, Bar Poker Open, we want to be a part of this. And
sure.
I mean, I might have to go to California and start looking for some bar leagues just so I can say, hey guys, you know, we got to represent. We don't have anyone from California.
No, absolutely.
So you got plenty from Mass, but.
Yeah, we got a lot of reps from Mass. It's pretty cool. I wonder what percentage of the players in the tournament of the 600, 570 were from Massachusetts originally. I feel like it would be higher than most other places.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the brains behind Bar Poker Open are, you know, they're Northeast affiliates. They're the Eastern Poker Tour and River Chasers, and Glenn and Griff, and you know, they're two great guys with some brilliant ideas that I think are only going to build the brand and make Bar Poker relevant to poker, period, I think. And soon enough, and I say sooner rather than later, the Bar Poker Open is going to be on the lips of everybody in poker.
Yeah.
So you guys just stay tuned. There's going to be a lot of big things coming, you know, in the next couple of years. You know, I don't know any bar poker events where you can come out and you have a shot at 24,000. So.
Absolutely.
Let's see.
By the way, Phil has tens. This is good. Phil is super short.
Yeah, Phil's been
Phil's got
extremely
less
quiet
than
since that
600,000.
ace-king hand.
And Thomas doesn't know it. Actually, I think, yeah, Thomas doesn't know it, but he could potentially fold this. You're not supposed to fold it, but if Phil flipped his hand over, it'd be a good fold.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to get. You guys are asking so many. Like, there's so many little comments, and we're trying to scroll and see. Can the players ask for? Can the players ask for a new dealer? No way. This is tournament poker. You can't ask for a new dealer here. You get what you get. Let's see. How often do guys flirt with Ebony at the poker table? Is this an advantage or just annoying? No, what you should be asking is how often do I flirt with the players at the table? That's more important. No, you know, it's all poker. It's interaction. You talk, you flirt, you know, whatever. That's part of. I think that's just part of life. You know, it's just social interaction, and then
yeah.
I think there's a fine line between being friendly and flirting. And some people think that if I smile, I'm flirting.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, so I just, you know, every day. How about that? To answer the question. But I flirt back every day, so it's totally okay.
I mean, also, if you're playing a game, especially if it's like your job, but if you're playing a game where being friendly or coming off like you're flirting gives you a distinct advantage in that game, you'd be worse at the game to some extent for not, you know what I mean? Like if I'm nice to a guy to the point where he's going to let me know, like, hey, you should fold this one, I have it.
Right.
I'm going to be nice to that guy. Like, it would be terrible not to be nice to that guy.
Right.
From a strategic standpoint.
Yeah, it's one of those things that, you know, especially, like you said, especially in something like poker where, you know, you have every single person has their own particular distinct advantages. So I'm going to touch on the hand real quick. Debbie has moved all in with King Queen, and Phil right behind her has moved all in with Ace Jack.
And Rich, I think Rich is going to finally fold. I have a feeling, but Rich has a chance to knock them both out. Okay.
And he does fold now to Thomas. He's going to fold with the deuce, unless he gets crazy.
I predict Thomas folds here.
Donna wakes up with ace-6.
Yeah, I mean, she's getting a good price, but I have a feeling that she'll fold.
Yeah, she does fold, so. Well, Debbie's definitely live, so. Jesse flirts with guys at the table. Confirmed.
Yeah, I was just about to read that. The King Coakley.
Wow, Rich folds 4s on the button, just flops a full house.
Oh no! And you can hear him talking about it right now.
He's obviously
Phil's
not ecstatic about it.
Thank you very much for folding that, by the way, because it's looking good for me at the moment.
Debbie hits the king, and Phil is out in 5th place.
Wow. Tough one for Phil.
I think he's out. No. Oh, they had the chip stacks all wrong. I think Phil had Debbie covered.
No, I think that was right. I think that Debbie had Phil covered. Because Phil just had a big blind and a half and he shoved in.
Oh, okay. Because he wasn't moving.
Oh, no, maybe he did have her. Maybe she did. He did have her covered.
All right, so we jumped the gun a bit. Phil's got some chips left. He's still fighting.
There you go, Phil.
That's got a sting for Rich, huh? He was thinking about it, and then, oh.
Just flopped it. Boom. Would have had them both dead on the flop, basically. Oh, there's 350. He's been here before. Last time he shoved, he had 600,000 and the big blind 400, and he got a fold. But this time he has 350, so he can't possibly get a fold.
I have 8 minutes, and I don't have anything showing on it. Phil's all in. C5.
Phil's all in with 7-9 suited. I like this hand too, especially. I don't know why.
I mean, if you can be all in, that's not the worst hand.
Play back the tape.
She's talking to them.
I did. I wish everybody was.
I didn't hear you say a word, but it's okay.
Maybe I was pissed.
Vita Twitch says, but if leagues offer better prizes, then you will get poker players who play in casinos for those events. The thing about the prizes, guys, is they need the bodies and the interest, because they can't just say, oh, I'm gonna lose money and give you guys a gift, just a huge prize just to get you in the door. You guys got to show your support, and then you'll get the better prizes. And this event is a perfect example. Like, we had 560 players for this event.
Yeah.
Like, we got the bodies, like, this is why, this is the epitome of the better prizes. You gotta show up and, make it a thing, make it a nightly thing, or a weekly thing where you just go in and you just, you shoot the shit with your friends and just have a good time. So Phil got called by Debbie, who's got a king 6, and he hits a 7 on the flop. So
yeah, he's in great shape now. And Debbie's almost in that mindset where she's like, you can have this one. It seems fair. Oddly enough, the Jack of Spades didn't really change anything because Debbie has the King of Spades, so all 3 kings are still alive. She does not get there.
Yeah, so Phil doubles up. Phil looks like such a friendly guy.
Yeah,
it's just like,
you just kind of root for him.
Yeah.
This one looks like an actor, and I'm trying to think of who it is.
So Phil's 68.
Oh, look, we got our own little graphic up there.
Hey.
Yeah.
12 hours in. Thanks, Andy. So Phil's actually a retired Border Patrol officer, and he said that poker is actually more exciting than being a Border Patrol officer. Which I would think would be the opposite, but he said that it was just a lot of boring moments with some excitement along the way.
I always think of Border Patrol officers as being super mean and cold, and he just looks so nice and happy. I mean, that's obviously not true. It's just like a stereotype that we have. But
yeah.
He just looks so happy and nice.
Yeah. So, and he's got 6 grandkids.
6 grandkids?
Yeah.
So he's in a distant second in terms of grandkids.
Yeah.
We still have 1 Yurga in here, and they're going strong.
All right, turn that deck around, okay?
You guys are so boring, Twitch chat. You're supposed to ask us. We give you permission to have at it and ask us whatever you want, and you got nothing. Ooh, Debbie's got kings, and she's all in. Blind versus blind.
Grub54321 wrote, Phil for friendliest Border Patrol officer 2016. So we now have a president, a presidential, vice presidential candidate, and Border Patrol officer of the year. Nicest Border Patrol officer of the year.
I like it.
And this is funny that you keep having these spots where the players have these hands where they're really bad hands. They probably have to call just because of the insane amount of chips in the pot.
Yeah.
And they're folding, and they're making the right fold because their opponents have a huge pair.
Yeah, so for those of you that are just thinking, like, come on, Phil, you've got 9 deuce, it's just a fold. It's not just a fold. Like,
yeah,
a huge percentage of his stack is in the middle already with, even more with Debbie's chips, and it's like, huh.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you think about it, if he had 1,000 behind and the blinds were 400,000, so he had 401,000, he obviously wouldn't be able to fold 9 deuce offsuit. So there has to be some sort of line where the number of chips behind makes the difference in whether he's calling or folding. This is actually somewhat close, but I think he probably should be calling. But if he folds, he just avoided a really bad spot because he would have been up against king of all hands. How did Ebony start playing poker? Let's hear your... Well, she kind of told the story earlier.
Yeah,
a little bit about your first time in a casino.
Yeah, that was my first time in a casino, but that was like a group thing we all did. So I was actually, I was 20 and had a boyfriend, and when you're 20 and you got a boyfriend that goes out 5 nights a week and claims he's playing poker with the boys. After a couple months of that, you tend to not believe that he could be playing poker every single night. So I volunteered myself to
play some poker with
to
them.
go along. I said, I'm coming with.
I want to see these dealers right
well,
now.
they were playing home games. They were just playing $20 tournaments at home. Yeah. So, I mean, and he was doing that 5 nights a week. And I got real sick of that real quick. And I said, I'm coming. So I went and watched him play and immediately fell in love with the game. They played one tournament and it was over, and I said, I'm playing. He says, you don't even know how to play. I said, I just watched you. I know how to play. And I played, I won. He goes, you can come anytime. And the rest is history. So, you know, we, as a group, it was the same people. I mean, we were straight DJs. This was right before the Moneymaker effect. And we would play, you know, 3-4 nights a week. I was a makeup artist, a manager at Mac at the time, and played poker full time. And you know, I got pregnant like a year later with my son. Got put on bed rest and just played poker. I couldn't work, and so I just, you know, I grinded out and tried to make a few $100 a week.
Was this online?
And no, this was live. This was our $20 tournaments, and I did that for a living for 9 months.
Wow.
And I mean, this was back when, you know, I mean, our rent was like $1,000 a month, and we're just every dollar helps, and I was not able to do anything else.
Wow.
I legit got put on bed rest, and I was like, well, I could sit and do nothing, and that's I mean, it was the perfect job. So a whole lot of us went into a casino and decided to go play a tournament together like a year later, and I won that tournament, and that was it.
Boom,
I
you're
never looked
hooked.
back. Yeah.
That's awesome.
So I was never an online player. I didn't start playing online until, you know, right before Black Friday.
By the way, sorry. To cut you
No,
off real
go
quick.
ahead.
We have an all-in. Phil went all in for his last 540. Rich immediately called because it's only 140 more to win.
It was blind versus blind.
Yeah, and Phil needs a hit here. He's out.
I've watched things the last day.
Good luck.
Flop stays high, doesn't change anything, so Phil's still in the lead.
Phil's in great shape. There you go, Phil. Well done.
There's a little bit of emotion from Phil. We got a little bit of a celebration. Did you see that? The slight like fist pump. It was very exciting.
The nicest border patrol officer in 2016 doubles up. So you played in these home games for 9 months while you were pregnant.
Yeah, well, I got put on bed rest, I think, when I was like pretty early on in my pregnancy, about 4 or 5 months. My son kept trying to come early. So, and then he ends up coming like 2 weeks late. It was insane.
Really?
Like, I went into premature labor, I want to say like almost half a dozen times. And then he ends up deciding he's just going to hang out. And came 2 weeks late and almost 10 pounds. Huge baby. But yeah, so at like 4.5 months, I got put on bed rest, and I, you know, up until he was a few months old, I just played home games, and yeah, so that was that. And then I moved to Florida. I moved back to Florida, and this was when Florida was $100 buy-in. You know, you get 5-10 games for $100, like insanity. And so I started playing, and you know, that was that. So
awesome.
Yeah. Let's see.
Scrub 54321 wrote, "Kids got alligator blood. Can't get rid of them." It's a little bit of a stretch to call Phil a kid. Maybe his spirit is that of a younger.
Oh, I love it. Let's see. PD Caper says, you went into premature labor, or was your baby just bluffing?
Oh, man. LOL, PD.
I like it.
Oh, man. We got a poker game now with those two all-ins. Phil has some chips. Donna's still cruising. She lost a little bit. She was up to like 5.7 earlier.
How do you guys make it entertaining?
Debbie's back in second. She was down to nothing.
Yeah, it's crazy. And after that, you know, the button fiasco, she had to feel so deflated after that. And now look at her. Just, you can even see it on her face. She's just so happy. She's like, I'm good.
Yeah, for sure.
For those of you just tuning in, you're watching the Bar Poker Open. We are coming to you from the Golden Nugget Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm Ebony Kenny, and you can reach me on Twitter at Ebony_Kenny. My co-host is Jesse Sylvia, and he is at Mr. Jesse James 888. Did I do that right?
Yes.
All right.
It is a mouthful.
It is.
Let's see. I think I got a tweet coming in too. Oh, it's just something else.
Merida asked, what happened to Joe Ingram 1? Is Mr. Jesse James 888 your new co-host from now on? You guys are doing a great job. New York Free Poker rules. Merida, so, you know, we're open to like all great people, and Jesse's a great addition. I think I'm having a great time, and Joey's actually playing the 10K PLO. At least he was scheduled to play the 10K PLO event today. We'll see if he actually woke up for it. I don't know.
No, he's got to get in that 10K. That's like the event of the year for him.
Yeah. Benjamin Sterner says 3 Tucsonans made the final 20, including Phil here at the final table. Represent. Good luck to Phil, representing Tucson Poker. And then when is the next tournament? So the next tournament's actually in December at Borgata in Atlantic City, and you need to start playing at your Bar Poker League. Tell them you want to get involved in the Bar Poker Open if they're not, so that way you can qualify and try and win a seat into the main event.
Absolutely.
Another 100K guaranteed prize pool in that one. So lots of fun.
Nordic the Chive asked me, Jesse, with the structure of this tourney, shouldn't the players be more aggro? Seems like the chip leader should have more than 11 big blinds. I think if the players are a bit more aggro, they would have been rewarded so far for the most part. There have been spots where players have made tight folds, almost sometimes like maybe slightly too tight of folds, and they've been rewarded because their opponents have had really good hands.
Oh, no.
There are a few more spots where somebody could have raised or shoved. It's in a spot where maybe it wasn't supposed to be a raise or a shove, but they're playing a little tighter today. So yeah, they could have been a little bit more aggro, but you know, you have to dance between raindrops when you're shoving all in the hand that you're not supposed to. So.
And Phil doubles up again.
Yeah, Phil is sticking around. He's here to stay.
Oh, I forgot to mention. So I contacted my friends at Monster, and they're gonna send over a pair of headphones and a wireless speaker to today's winner. So that's pretty awesome. Shout out to Tom Land over at Monster. Miss you guys. Yeah.
That's really awesome.
Yeah, just, you know, I was like, you know what, let me take a chance. Reach out, you know. I believe in Bar Poker Open, and why not get somebody behind it?
Yeah, I like it.
So I totally, I can't believe I forgot to mention that. So, yeah.
By the way, Donna, people might be asking why did she call with 5 deuce offsuit. Donna was getting the right price there. She should be making that call. She's calling 600 to win. What does Phil have now? 3 million. So yeah. she just has to hope that she gets lucky. She knows her hand's behind, but she just wins a huge pot when she wins.
So the Chive says, Ebony, are you single and are you into tall, lanky white guys that aren't that great at no limit hold'em?
You had her till not that great. No, I'm just kidding.
I am recently single. I'm not looking to get back into anything right now. I mean, it's very recent. So get back at me in about 6 months. So.
Or be really tall.
Oh, yeah. If you're like 6'8", You know what? If you're 6'5", I'll lower it a little bit. If you're 6'5",
Is that your sweet spot? 6'5"?
that's my sweet spot.
All right, cool.
6'5" is my sweet spot, and I'm 5'1". I have no business for that to be my sweet spot at 6'5". Like, that's absurd. But I'm greedy, you know? Like, 6'5" is my sweet spot. So the chive, if you're 6'5", you know, I might be open to discussing it. Even if you're not that great at No Limit. 6'2". Dang it. You just missed it. All right, 3 months. We'll do 3 months. Talk to me in 3 months.
Ship us a picture, Chive. We got to get a picture now. This is like definitely a make or break situation with the picture. Big Boss wrote 5'7". Big Boss, you out. Shoot, you as short as I am. Out of there. Big Boss, you might have like a 1/4 of an inch on me, actually. I think I'm like 5'6" and 3/4.
People underestimate like how important those like 1/4 inch things are. Like I'm 5'1" and 1/4.
Yeah.
Like that's so important.
The shorter you are, the more it matters.
Like I'm so like I get so excited. Like a friend of mine, Lily, like you know Lily Coletto. She is tiny. I think she's 4'11", but I feel like I'm 12. Like I'm a good foot taller than her whenever I'm around her. Lily Coletto.
Oh yeah.
She's so short.
Yeah.
And we did like a back-to-back because I for sure thought she was like 4'9", but she's 4'11", so she's only 2 inches shorter than me, but I just feel like I tower over her. But I guess that's just because I'm never taller than anybody. So when I am, I'm just ecstatic. I'm like,
yes.
Joe?
We just want height sizes, guys. That's all we're looking for.
Yeah.
Huh?
Jeez.
He was like, yeah, he said, so after we play down to a winner, we got to do it again.
So we wrote 5 and 1/4, or I don't know.
I have.
No, 5'1" and 1/4 inch.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was thinking you guys were 50. Yeah.
I'm 15 and really good at Texas Hold'em. You, sir, are a lawsuit or something waiting to happen.
No, you, sir, are up past your bedtime.
Yeah, right? Especially on the East Coast.
I know it's the summer and all, but go to bed.
The AC, pick it up. Pick it up. The AC coming down.
Rich is doing some kind of celebration ritual. I don't know what he was just doing, but.
Or Chive wrote woot. What is he wooting at? Chive, what are you wooting at?
3 months I'm in the booth with Ebony.
Nice. I like Chive. I like the way he's going about this. Donna's all in. Look at these blinds. She just shoves 3.1 and she could have 4.3 without getting called. Bill will not be calling with this hand. We know him too well. He's not going to call with a hand as weak as King 8.
Someone says, who is this? The King Coakley says, Rich is not good at dabbing. How do you know? He might be a sleeper dabber. Like he might be the man when it comes to dabbing.
What's going on, do we?
Oh.
Oh, Phil did call. Phil has recently decided that he.
I think the blinds went up while we were.
Oh no, they
while
went
we weren't
up.
looking, yeah, because all of a sudden the chip leader had like 7 big blinds. So.
I believe they're 300, 600 now.
Yeah.
Phil decided to call. It's actually a reasonable call. I just didn't know if Phil would make it because he seems to be a bit tighter about these sort of things.
Right.
But Phil is recently a winner of 3 all-ins, and I think he's feeling a little more confident about winning more all-ins. That was not the best flop. He does have a backdoor flush draw and an overcard, so he could get there. Oh, now he has a pair too. The real Cub FVR says Phil looks sexy. I think we might be making all kinds of magic tonight on this stream. No, Phil.
Sexy Phil is out.
Phil, take care.
Where were you for? We needed that name earlier. That nickname.
What? Oh, Sexy Phil?
Yeah, Sexy Phil.
Yeah. Definitely did.
You know, I think Hot Donna.
Hot Donna needs a counterpart,
yeah.
You know?
Hot Donna and Sexy Phil and Devastating Debbie. And Cool Cat Thomas. And we need a name for Rich.
As it's like the Hot Donna to my Sexy Phil. A name for Rich? He's just Rich.
Richie Rich.
Yeah.
Go with the most obvious name.
Rich Money.
How are these candies, by the way?
They're good, but the problem is I had one earlier, and then I realized I was on the microphone. So I had to take off the mic for a second and chew it really fast.
Oh, then I'm going to wait for it. Pimp Daddy Phil. I like it. Wait, so I think these chip stacks are wrong because it seems like Rich still has chips. Yeah, what's going on?
Wait, or Phil still has chips.
I mean Phil. Did I say Rich? Yes, Phil.
Yeah, I don't know that's weird.
I'm getting on your case, Andy.
Phil always have more than we think. Or did Donna have less?
I think that Phil is just, he's hiding chips up his sleeve, and when you're sexy Phil, you get to do whatever you want to do. And he said, I'm not ready to go home yet. So,
dude, Phil is hanging around. You said that before.
The Chive says, Jesse and Ebony, do you think the Harrington and Holden books still apply given the recent trend to play really aggro, a la Durr and others?
I think I've only read parts of those books, but I think that the Harrington on tournaments, at least, they were really math oriented, so it should never really change because the math doesn't change. It's just how people play and how you respond, how they play.
Right. I think the thing too with especially I didn't read that book like you. I read parts of it, but I do think that like bet sizing, etc. Like those things trend in poker, right?
Yeah.
So I think whereas the Harrington, the books, especially in tournament poker, where they were super relevant and then they kind of like just based solely on what was trending, it kind of was not relevant. And now I think it's back to being relevant because for a while, like 3x poker, like 3x raises were popular, and then it was the men raise, and now it seems like the raises are getting a little bigger. And so like things just trend in poker. And so like if you're just aware of like what's going on, I think any amount of knowledge, heck, like it doesn't hurt. For sure.
No, I'm right there with you. I think anything that was once worthwhile for poker is almost always still worthwhile.
Right.
To some extent.
Yeah, because if it's really valuable, it'll always be valuable.
Yeah.
So we've got a all-in ace queen, Phil's ace queen versus Rich's threes, and Phil just flops the world with ace queen jack.
Sexy Phil will not die. He just destroys the flop. Oh. Rich can make a chop now.
That's not a bad card for Rich because now he can chop with a king or win with a 3, obviously.
All
right, so Sexy Phil doubles up again.
So you're up to 7 lives. Nice hit.
Negranu with a small ball poker. Negranu's small ball poker has been, I think as players get better and better and they get closer to playing, optimally, small ball poker in tournaments gets more and more popular. It's just the nature of tournaments is such that every time you don't get involved in a hand or you keep the pot small and you don't get knocked out, somebody else can get knocked out and that means real money for you, even if it's just in the form of equity. And so you're incentivized to always try to avoid playing big pots unless you have it. So small ball poker is really good for tournaments, whereas in cash games, you just want to make the play that's the most profitable.
Yeah. So, hey, Ebony, you got to change your name, sir. All due respect.
What?
I don't know. The real Cub Fiber. That's what he said.
I don't get it, real Cub.
Sticking with the name, bruh.
Phil like that roach that never dies, no mattress. How many times you stomp on him? LOL. PD Capers, you crack me up, man. You're hilarious.
So Rich went all in. Thomas folded? Yes, folded. And showed the 9-4. Okay, that's what's going on. I was a bit confused.
Rich showed the ace, and now Rich is back up too.
So Thomas has been super quiet. Now he's down to 1 big blind.
Yeah, Thomas has been extremely patient, and really not his fault that everyone who's short keeps winning the all-in so that he can't. Like, he should have moved up the payouts 1 or 2 spots at least for his patience, and he's just been really unlucky that no one. I mean, there's been like 7.
Yeah. Yeah, like even if he had some hands where he would have, you know, been the aggressor, there's been so much action in front of him that there was just no way.
Yeah.
So
now he is going to need to find it. I think he's in the small blind for 300, so this is not a good spot. I mean, it's a good spot to get in.
Right. So the Real Cup Fiver is insisting that my name sounds like an inappropriate term. And, well, my name's not Ebony Poker. It's actually Ebony Kenny, believe it or not. So it's unfortunate that, you know, that's... I don't know what to tell you, but Ebony is my real name. It was the name my parents gave me. And I actually like it a lot, and I'm sticking with it. So.
Also, to the cubber... Cub for whatever you're...
Cub Fiver.
Cub Fiver. You've called Ebony Sir and Buddy. I mean, I think her voice gives it away, or her name, but she is a female.
I don't mind being called Sir and Buddy. Like for me, like I don't take any offense to.
No, I'm not offended. I'm starting to think that he doesn't understand.
Get that link out of here, Real Cup Fiber. We don't like. Come on. We don't want that.
Check the link.
Jeez.
I see a fan coming. Oh, this is getting good.
Jeez Louise. All right, so Thomas has gone all in with AC, and Donna's called with King Jack, so.
We have another all in. And if Thomas just loses this would be a really unfortunate run for him, because if he watches like 7 short stacks double up and flips, and then he loses the first flip to get knocked out, it's pretty brutal. Oh, it's Cub Fever, I'm sure. Yeah, you're definitely right. It's definitely the real Cub Fever. I feel like the deck has all the cards that the bigger stack has taken out of it or something. Oh, I was wrong about that.
Aye. So
Donna
there
hits
it
the
is.
king, and Thomas, who is super patient, does not get rewarded for his patience.
Cool Cat Thomas, the best looking 71-year-old I've ever seen, and I mean that.
Damn.
Like that's a definitely thing.
We've established that he does not crack.
He's got 3 grown kids, 10 grandkids, 5 great-grandchildren from the Nevada Poker League. A good showing, Thomas McDonald, and we are glad to have you and, you know, welcome you to the Bar Poker Open family. And, you know,
Cool
5th
Kid
place.
Thomas.
Yeah.
That should have been his name.
Oh,
I'm
there
sorry,
it
I
is.
interrupted you.
That's all right. Thomas takes home $5,303, and we are down to 4.
And we're moving up the money. 4th place. Next person out is going to be at 7K. Then 9,600, then 13,000, and 24,000 for the winner. So all these jumps matter a lot.
These are huge, huge jumps right now, guys. Yeah, you gotta, Cub Fever, you gotta delete that that link you posted in there. We got a couple people clicking on the link, and you know we don't wanna kick you out, you know, but do me a favor, go back and delete that link. That's awful.
The Chive said Jesse talks about the no-hitter in the 6th inning too, LOL. I think he's talking about me talking about Tom winning the hand before the king came off. Yeah, I mean, I was aware that the king could come. I just, you know, just talking.
So Phil's moved all in with ace-5 off under the gun. That's to Donna. She's folding. And Phil's going to take it down. Link us to her real page. ebonykenny.com is my real page. Super simple, guys. It's just my name.
I texted my friend Ankush and said, "Congrats, man, you're the sickest." And he just wrote back, "Top
I was
up."
watching basketball with
I haven't been there, and I've heard like such great things about it.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I'm a big fan
Yeah,
of
I mean,
LeBron James.
If you're going, I'm inviting myself.
Okay.
And then,
I knew you were going to say that.
and let's see, PD Caper says, hey, Ebony, were you at the original, inaugural Bar Poker Tour tournament in Borgata 2 Decembers ago? I was. I had pink hair then. Now I've got purple. Last year I had blonde, so I think I'm going to make it a thing to have different color hair every time. But yes, I was lucky enough to be a part of the inaugural event at Borgata in December 2014. So, and I will be there again this December.
Boom.
Yeah. 6. Yep, that's 5.
Ebony sounds like a stage name. Man, if I had $1 for every time I heard that, I would not need to play poker. Like, I wouldn't need to do anything. I could just sit back and swim in my money like Scrooge McDuck.
Would you have more dollars than somebody with a real stage name?
For sure.
Wow.
Not even close.
People like to go for the real easy joke.
I know, the obvious one. Like, I've never heard that before. Good job.
Yeah. That's a good way. You should react just like that every time.
I do, actually.
Really?
Like, someone said something about Ebony and Ivory today while we were, like, down at 2 tables. And I was kind of, like, walking around, just checking out the action. And one of the guys on the side said something. Oh, have you ever heard, that, Ebony and Ivory? I'm like, no, never. And he's like, really? And I'm like, yes, I hear it every day.
Yeah.
And I just said it, like, super, like, stoic and calm. And he's like, oh. Just like, yeah.
Just stare him right in the eyes and be like, not a day goes by.
I actually had a guy one time, he tried to argue with me about who sings the song Ebony and Ivory. I'm like, do you honestly think that with my name being Ebony, I don't know who sings that song? Like, come on. So.
All right, here we go. Donna, it's going all in time. Sorry, I can't stop.
Yeah, I'm trying to look through your wine glass.
LOL getting dollars, says Big Boss. I don't know what we're referring to, but I always agree.
All right, Donna's got 7s and she's gone all in.
Oh man. Bill thinks better of the King 5. I like that Donna just went all in. You don't want to like have somebody think that they might get a fold out of you and shove a hand like King Jack or Jack 10 or something that they might have folded otherwise.
Yeah, you put the pressure on them, make them make a decision instead of the other way around.
Yeah. And also I'm a little nervous that if Donna raises, like 2 people go on.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite number ones. She had my hand.
She's in a tough spot. I don't want Donna to be in a tough spot. She's my rooting for Hot Donna here.
So we've got Hot Donna, Sexy Phil, Devastating Debbie, and Richie Rich.
Oh man, Donna's running away with this one.
7-Way Action says, what's your website, Ebony? It's Ebony Kenny, and it's KENNEY.com. Just so you know.
What's the, oh, never mind.
Y'all want to chop?
We can't.
Oh, you're not chopping?
Cannot chop it.
There's some really funny things in this chat, and I keep almost reading them, but then I can't because I don't know if I'm allowed to say them.
It's okay. I think we'll be fine.
Somebody pointed out that Rich's stack is looking quite phallic.
He said you can do whatever you want after the fact, but it has to be played out.
But I'm saying we can
Cub Fever, you got to get your head out of the gutters. And this is coming from someone who always has their head in the gutters, so.
She said, can we get a break?
Can they talk shop? The Chive asked. We have official confirmation that there cannot be a chop. They can talk about chops, but
Oh, no, you're
They
right.
can't act on it.
that will not quite work.
4 minutes left in the break. You have the end of this level and then one more level. Then you
My
get
head
the
is
break.
not in the gutter, baby girl. What are you, Shamar Moore from Criminal Minds? Calling me baby girl?
Cub Fever, you're really going for it.
So Rich went all in, blind versus blind, and just takes it down because Donna just has 8 deuce.
Excellent fold by my homie Hot Donna. Let's go. Wow, there's a pretty tight 3-way tie for second place right now. Now, if I were Donna right here, I would start going all in a lot.
Yeah, she's...
Everyone else has got to wait at each other. I mean, waiting each other out is like the difference between 4th and 2nd is 6,000. So if you can wait out the other 2 shorties.
I'm asking Miss Donna because she always asks me what it is. She
They call them shorties.
She knew what it was.
I know that Cub
She was
Fever
putting it
might
out there and she
think
was
I'm talking
looking
about
at
something
me
else.
kind of confused, like she wasn't doing the right thing, but she was.
Working on it.
It should be persistent fill. It should have been persistent fill. I guess it could be
Listen,
persistent.
big boss. These players sweating over a couple bucks. Let me tell you something. I don't know about you, but I like $24,000.
Yeah.
And it's not a couple of dollars. If it's a couple of dollars, then why are you on this stream, buddy? Like, just go throw your couple $24K dollars, out the window somewhere.
Also the difference between 4th and 2nd is $6 grand. So like, if you call $6 grand a couple of bucks, good for you.
Yeah. Then maybe it doesn't matter how tall you are.
Why don't you send in that picture along with a bank statement?
Right.
Do you guys get free wine refills? Yes, with credit card.
I got the first round. Jesse got the second round, and we'll probably CCR for the third round.
Yeah, that's the way to do it.
What's the worst CCR you've ever lost?
I think it's. Oh no, it's easily. I lost a sushi meal in LA for like $2,200. That really sucked.
Yeah.
We went to like by far the nicest sushi spot I've ever been to. Not by far, but definitely close, and definitely the best, I think. And it really sucked because it got down to me and my roommate. And I knew my roommate wasn't doing that well financially, and he was very drunk that night. And he demanded that he played, and I was like, I kept texting him like, yo, don't play, it's for $2 grand. And he wanted to play, so when we got heads up, I was almost rooting for myself to lose, because I was like, this, when he sobers up, this is gonna really hurt him.
Right.
And so I lost and felt almost not as bad about it.
Yeah.
He'd also won me some money that week because he went deep in the 10K, so
nice.
I bought a piece of him, so I didn't feel as bad.
Yeah, I think my CCR is right about the same amount. I lost CCR for 6 of us at Nobu.
Oh, that's
Bahamas, yeah.
Oh, in the Bahamas?
Yeah.
That's not a cheap Nobu either.
No, it's not.
I actually went to, our friends got the private room at Nobu in Australia, at the Crown in Melbourne. And I showed up for the last 20 minutes of it and got like 6 pieces of fish. And they were playing this game where instead of putting 1 card in the hat, you put 2 in. And if you happen to be the last 2 left, everyone gives you $100 and then you shuffle all the cards back. So I was like, look, they just told me, everyone was putting in basically around $200 worth of equity. So I was like, they said to put in 50 because I ate a little bit of fish. I was like, look, I want to play the game. So I'll put in 2 cards, only 1 can lose it for me. I was like, but if I happen to have the last 2, I get the $100 deal. It was probably wasn't a good play by me, but I wanted to gamble with them.
Right.
We get down to the final 3 cards, and my one that might pay is still in there. I was like, if I showed up and ate 4 pieces of fish, it was like a $2,600 credit card roulette. I'm going to lose my mind.
Yeah.
But I guess I kind of deserve it.
So Donna raised, and Phil took a minute to fold. And I think it's pretty standard. He deserves to take some time there. King 8 suited is a pretty big hand, 4-handed.
Yeah, you could argue that it's a call.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think Donna should, Giatas had a very good hand, but just keep applying pressure here.
Yeah, definitely put her foot on the gas here.
Yeah.
She's got the stack. Everyone else is. Although any double up and you're the chip leader, I think.
That's what the
Yeah.
So.
If you double through Donna, I think you become chip leader. We're very close to it.
Yeah, the clock keeps running. We can't stop.
Except for Phil, he only has 2 now, but everyone else has 2.5.
400.
But hot Donna
Good job,
over there,
Donna.
look at all those chips.
You were so close. You were so
Jesse,
close.
have you ever used poker to charm a female? I guess, do you mean like at a table I charmed a female? Basically, no. Females aren't very charmed by poker.
But you've been in a relationship for a while now, so your charming days are over.
Yeah, I only have to be charming to one person.
Yeah.
And I fail at that sometimes miserably anyway. No, I don't know, like, I don't think that poker is very charming, but you can be like in a poker setting and be charming, and it works very well because, you know.
I think true charm works across the board, and kind of transcends genders. It's one of those things that if you're charming, or if you're having a good charming day, you know, where it seems to be working, it doesn't matter who it's on, it just works. So
absolutely, I feel the same way. Donna busts 4th after someone hits her once and puts her on tilt. That's a weird prediction, but we'll see what happens.
So 7-way action says, I know they're amateurs, but they take so long to play a hand, they can't count out chips at all, just announce the raise. Well, the thing about it, 7-way action is there was something earlier that, Jesse, you weren't around for it, but it kind of shows you guys, you know, I think it will put things in a perspective. Is so when they made it to the final table and they had to count their chips out and you know, write the chip count on the bag because there was a break in between you know, bagging and starting the final table. Mark, Debbie's husband, the guy said, you know, he asked the dealer, hey, can you count my chips? He goes, no, I gotta count your chips. You know, you have to count your chips and I'll verify them. He's like, how much you got there? He goes, I don't know. I don't know how to count these chips. Like, these players, you know, they literally, they don't really think about what they have to count or not count. Like, to them, they're just having a good time drinking, and hey, guess what? I'm going to put my chips all in.
Nice.
You know, so you guys got to have some patience with these players and remember that this is something they do for fun, and they love it. And the last thing we want or need in this, especially in the Twitch chat, is anybody trolling them for taking too long or not being, you know, A+ on their decision-making process, or how, you know, knowing how to handle chips, because this is a first for every single one of these players here.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure if Rich is figuring out the call or if he's deciding whether or not to call, but it looks like a lot of his chips are in the middle. This would be a good call. He's just getting too good of odds.
Yeah.
He has to call, I would think. And Phil is just trying to act comfortable, but he is just praying for no call. He probably at this point realized that he might be ahead, but he still much prefer to pick up this pot.
Of course, for sure. So Steak925 says, Ebony, when was the last time you took poker seriously? So it's been probably, I would say, at least a year. I've been kind of trying to explore other things. For anybody that really knows me, knows that for me, like, I moved to California to go back to school. I'm going to become a sex therapist and just kind of like, you know, talk all things sex. So that's where I'm at right now, and I love poker. I'll always play. You know, I might get back into it seriously. Who knows? But for me, like, I need to go and do things that I love, and I love poker. But I love the other topic and talking about the topic and being active and involved and being sex positive. I love that more than poker. So that's what I've got going on.
Nice.
So, yeah. And the Twitch chat goes crazy.
The Chive wrote, oh, I am so sending my pic now. Yo, the Chive, you're really hurting your own game by not having sent your picture already.
I know, we requested that picture about 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, we're both on, like, we're on Twitter. Let's go. You got an iPhone, right? You can snap a picture and send it on Twitter. You can sign up for an account, snap a picture and send it on Twitter in 14.
It's
22 seconds.
Mine's are up.
I think it's a pretty good video.
Yeah, well, signing up for Twitter.
Roger Fang, F-A-N-G. Are you in the room?
I can't read any of these responses, but they're really funny.
These are so standard. It's so great. Like
The real Cub Fever is giving you a street address.
I know. Hey, you know what, Cub Fever? If you're gonna, ask me to meet you, at least spell my name correctly.
What's the tweet link, Jesse? I'll add you as follows. I'm just gonna write it in.
That's it? That's the one?
No wonder my poker game has been off, been on a long dry spell, says Big Boss. I don't know. I mean, if you're a big boss, you shouldn't be on a long dry spell. Maybe you should change it to like medium boss.
Baby boss.
Baby boss. Looking for love boss.
For those of you that don't know, we are streaming to you from the Golden Nugget Hotel Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada, and it's the first time that the Bar Poker Open's been in Vegas, and I will say it's been great. I'm kind of sad to see it come to an end. This has been so much fun, and I look forward to more.
For sure, this has been really fun. By the way, we have a fight breaking out in the chat. The Real Cub Fever and Punch TV are arguing. Punch TV dropped the line, if I wanted to commit suicide, I'd jump from your ego to your IQ.
Wow, guys.
That is a really creative insult.
I might steal that for someone that's a real jackass, but not for the chat. So Kid Bitch says, can we focus on the game and players versus talking about yourselves? No offense. Guess what? This is Bar Poker Open, and we get to talk about whatever we want.
We can talk about a little bit of both, but not if you're going to tell us what to do.
Yeah. Now you're just encouraging us to keep. So, Jesse, tell me more about you.
By the way, Rich B is all in, and Donna's thinking about it from the small blind. Seems like people have been really tight from the small blind with these mediocre hands, which is reasonable, but because the big blind's not punishing them for calling, I mean, she's getting a really good price. She should probably put some chips in and see if she can knock them out.
Yes.
She looks like she might fold, though.
I like this. I remember playing poker like this. I remember when everyone played cards like this. It's great. That's what 7-Way Action says. And this, I think Bar Poker Open, it's like a throwback to when people just loved poker.
Yeah.
Like when everyone played because they loved the game, not because whatever reason they play now, who knows. But
oh, it's wonderful. You guys, they told me the story of Ryan winning 2 years ago, and he cried. And that's amazing. Yeah. I don't know. I have friends who win a lot of money playing poker and act like it's like they're annoyed by it, and that's like, it's nice to see people love it so much.
That's
why we all got into it.
Yeah. That's definitely one of my favorite moments ever in poker. Not just bar poker, but just in poker, period. Like, for me, to be there and witness this. So we've got an all-in. Rich is all in with 8-9 of diamonds. Debbie, obviously, she had to call. She just got 9-4, so.
Can I get a jack?
That is not the flop for Debbie. She could get a chop.
Jack.
Rich is sweating it out over there. It looks like Rich would have won either way, but if Donna had called, she would have been in very good shape against these two hands.
Nice answer.
She would have lost.
So Rich doubles up.
There's only 115 more.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
Rich basically just tripled up. That one. Now, Debbie is super short. They're at 400, 800, right? So.
Donna's got all the chips. Hot Donna
Yeah.
is doing the damn thing, huh?
It's moving time for Debbie. It's time to. Yeah, Hot Donna. I think Hot Donna has as many chips as everyone else put together at this point.
Yeah, for sure.
So let's go Hot Donna.
This is one of those things. I was speaking earlier with a couple of people before the final table started, and we had these predictions over the over under of how long it would take. And I said it's either going to be like less than 2 hours or like 7.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about the Bar Poker Open is the structure. They structure it so that you would assume that the play would go a little faster once we get down to the final table and get into the meat of it.
Yeah.
But this speaks to the novelty of playing a final table, and all the decision making that goes behind it, and they just really take their time.
Well, people don't want to go.
Yeah.
They're playing really tight because they don't want to get knocked out, and I understand that. How did Jot 6390 said, how did Hot Donna get her nickname? I don't know the backstory. Ebony told me that she said, hi, I'm Donna, and Ebony said, it's Hot Donna. And I said, all right, we're going with that in the interview. And now she's Hot Donna. I think her disliking of the nickname, not disliking, but her embarrassment by the nickname really pushed it home that was going to be her nickname.
Yeah, I don't know. They have the bio sheets, and then, on the bio it says your nickname and your story behind it. She didn't have a nickname, and so I gave her one.
Yeah.
I said, all right, your nickname's Hot Donna. And she's like, no. I'm like,
fair enough.
I'm like, perfect. Definitely going with it.
Yeah.
So,
all right, so we got Rich just shoved all in, and Donna called pretty quickly.
Like Claire for a minute.
We have not.
And they're going to have a bit of a flip.
So the chive, by the way, my email I really need to update that. Something's going on. Somebody hacked my domain in my email, which is normally ebony@ebonykinney.com. It's currently not working. So you got to just tweet it. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, just get on Twitter, man. Let's go.
Tweet the picture of the chive.
So this is a huge pot, by the way. This determines the chip leader, and if Donna wins it, she has stranglehold on the tournament, and that was a bad card for her.
Yeah, so she's got to hit a non-heart queen or jack, obviously.
Yeah. Boom. Wow.
And just like that, as you can see the shock on Donna's face, yeah, that's it.
Wow, Hot Donna has all the chips now.
Yeah,
so she's going to have 12.3. And I think the other two players combined have like 4.
Yeah, so Hot Donna knocks out Rich, and he's going to take home $7,000 for his 4th place finish. And Rich Brennan is from Eastern Poker Tour, and Boston, home of the champs. So good run, Rich. Congrats to him for the 4th place finish. And we are down to 3 with 2 ladies left. We've got Hot Donna, Devastating Debbie, and Sexy Phil.
Sexy Phil is bring in Sexy.
Yeah, because nobody's next to you, so that's fine.
Weren't I the dealer? I was just in line.
Yes, you were. Sorry, I had already moved it, and then I tried to move it again.
That's okay.
I forgot I moved it when I was putting her the chips. All right.
Now, Debbie's got less than 1 big blind, apparently. So,
Congratulations on making the final 3, guys.
we're going to see what's happening. She's in the small blind, so.
Are you 2 separate leagues, or are you both in the same league? Us? What league are you in?
Hey, Cheesecake 55, we need some positive comments regarding the players and their play here in the Bar Poker Open. We're trying to live by the golden rule here in the Twitch world. And if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. So I just want to get some good positivity out there for these players, encourage them to keep coming back and keep trying.
I mean, I'm a woman, of course. I always want more money. That's how we are.
Oh my God! Look at Hot Donna's chips. She has achieved a Jamie Gold stack. They're just piling off the table. Look, she's got some over there too by her left hand that I don't even think she's aware she owns. At some point they'll be like, oh yeah, those are yours too.
Is it on me?
You put no.
So Debbie, I believe, is on the button, and she's gonna go all in.
Just gonna call. Phil is, oh wow, Phil only has 1.5.
Love you, Kimberly.
So this could be over right now if Donna picks up anything, really. Unless Phil folds. Phil might fold.
Yeah, I was gonna say Phil's in a tricky spot. Like he could fold and think that, you know, I think Hot Donna's gonna call with any two. I don't even know if it's like if she's got less than the big blind or if it's in a spot, you know, the amount that, you know, Hot Donna's never gonna fold. So Phil could technically potentially fold his way to second place in this hand alone.
Yeah, for sure. The nice thing when he does shove is that if he loses to Donna, then often Debbie also loses to Donna, so he'll get second place money anyways, but he really wants to play it safe and make sure he locks up second. Folding is a much safer option.
Right.
And I believe Donna is Debbie only had 670, right? So Donna has to call the album.
Yeah.
So they're gonna flip him over. Donna's actually in really good shape versus Debbie.
All in with 6-9.
Come on. My favorite hand, I mean, is it hand or next?
That is a terrible flop for Debbie. She can't hit a 9 now because it gives Donna a straight. And the king will just outright win it for Donna.
Okay, 7 Donna players. Your blinds are up.
Yeah, Donna now is a straight.
50 chip in, 2,400. 50 chip in, 2,400. Once again, that's a 7 p.m. Reach it bounty.
Good game.
Good game for Debbie, though. She was super short of 1 point.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Devastating Debbie is going to take home 9,600. She's Suit Up Poker, Kimberly Perkins League out of Virginia, and yeah, the Team Yurga's no more.
All right, guys, we're gonna stop action for
Somebody wrote, Big Boss wrote, no, Phil has 1.5 big blinds and 7 up his sleeve.
There it is.
It did seem like he just showed up with chips every single time.
Yeah, like twice we thought he was just out, and then nope, chips not moving. So I think Phil has less than 1 big blind, but what they're going to do now is they're going to pause the clock. They're going to, you know, bring out the trophy and make it fancy. So, guys, we're on a break. The chive, my Twitter is Ebony_Kenny.
I'm going to take
and guys, we're going to take a couple of minutes, and we'll be back for the heads-up play, which shouldn't take too long, but we've seen crazier things today. So we'll be back in a few.
To compete in a $100,000 prize pool just for playing bar poker.
This is like a World Series of Poker to them.
This is a dream for them to be here playing because they, as a bar poker player, they probably would never experience this. So this is great.
It's only going to get bigger. That's the thing. I mean, these guys, they're going to be able to come out and actually play for lots of money coming down the road, which is going to be amazing.
Baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go wild.
I'm coming to you from day 1B of the main event here at the Bar Poker Open, where we started with 220 players all competing for their piece of the 100K prize pool. Now we're down to 170, so stay tuned to see how many we get for tomorrow's final table. Hey guys, we're here at the player party at the Shark Tank in the Golden Nugget Casino. Now behind me we've got a lot of drinking, a lot of fun. I'm gonna try and get some people to dance with me, laugh with me, have a great time, so let's go.
Mi casa es tu casa, so it ain't no holding back. Another shot of vodka, you know what's in my glass. It's my house, just relax. Welcome to my house, baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go wild. Welcome to my house. Play that music too loud. Show me what you do now. We don't have to go wild.
We're all done for the night. We're gonna see you guys tomorrow, the final table, live stream, so much to happen. Bar Poker Open, Golden Nugget Hotel Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada, and we're out.
Welcome to my house. It's my house. Open up the champagne, pop. It's my house, come on, turn it up. Hear a knock on the door and the night begins. Cause we've done this before, so you come on in. Make yourself at my home, tell me where you been. Pour yourself something cold, baby, cheers to this. Sometimes you gotta stay in, and you know where I live. Yeah, you know what we is. Sometimes you gotta stay in. Welcome to my house, baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go around.
Hey guys, Ebony Kenny here, coming to you from the Bar Poker Open National Championship, but this time we're in Las Vegas, Nevada at the Golden Nugget Hotel Casino.
Having a great time here, and I want to thank our league for sponsoring me down here, and I got to tell you guys, this is top notch.
It's very entertaining and very enlightening, seeing how people play in different parts of the country.
I end up getting a royal flush.
I think it is absolutely amazing that the players have the opportunity to compete in a $100,000 prize pool just for playing bar poker.
This is like a World Series of Poker to them.
This is a dream for them to be here playing because they, as a bar poker player, they probably would never experience this. So this is great.
It's only going to get bigger. That's the thing. I mean, and these guys, they're going to be able to come out and actually play for lots of money coming down the road, which is going to be amazing.
Baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go around.
I'm coming to you from day 1B of the main event here at the Bar Poker Open, where we started with 220 players all competing for their piece of the 100K prize pool. Now we're down to 170, so stay tuned to see how many we get for tomorrow's final table. Hey guys, we're here at the player party at the Shark Tank in the Golden Nugget Casino. Now behind me we've got a lot of drinking, a lot of fun. I'm gonna try and get some people to dance with me, laugh with me, have a great time, so let's go.
Mi casa es tu casa, so it ain't no holding back. Another shot of vodka, you know what's in my glass. It's my house, just relax. Welcome to my house, baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go around. Welcome to my house. Play that music too loud. Show me what you do now. We don't have to go around.
We're all done for the night. We're gonna see you guys tomorrow, the final table, live stream, so much to happen. Bar Poker Open, Golden Nugget Hotel Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada, and we're out.
Welcome to my house. It's my house. Open up the champagne, pop. It's my house, come on, turn it up. Hear a knock on the door and the night begins. Cause we've done this before, so you come on in. Make yourself at my home, tell me where you been. Pour yourself something cold, baby, cheers to this. Sometimes you gotta stay in, and you know where I live. Yeah, you know what we is. Sometimes you gotta stay in. Welcome to my house, baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go around.
Hey guys, Ebony Kenny here, coming to you from the Bar Poker Open National Championship, but this time we're in Las Vegas, Nevada at the Golden Nugget Hotel Casino.
Having a great time here, and I want to thank our league for sponsoring me down here, and I got to tell you guys, this is top notch.
It's very entertaining and very enlightening, seeing how people play in different parts of the country.
I end up getting a royal flush.
I think it is absolutely amazing that the players have the opportunity to compete in a $100,000 prize pool just for playing bar poker.
This is like a World Series of Poker to them.
This is a dream for them to be here playing because they, as a bar poker player, they probably would never experience this. So this is great.
It's only going to get bigger. That's the thing. I mean, and these guys, they're going to be able to come out and actually play for lots of money coming down the road, which is going to be amazing.
Baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go wild.
I'm coming to you from day 1B of the main event here at the Bar Poker Open, where we started with 220 players all competing for their piece of the 100K prize pool. Now we're down to 170, so stay tuned to see how many we get for tomorrow's final table. The player party at the Shark Tank in the Golden Nugget Casino. Now behind me we've got a lot of drinking, a lot of fun. I'm gonna try and get some people to dance with me, laugh with me, have a great time, so let's go.
Mi casa es tu casa, so it ain't no holding back. Another shot of vodka, you know what's in my glass. It's my house, just relax. Welcome to my house, baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go. Cheers to this. Welcome to my
We're gonna see you guys tomorrow, the final table, live stream, so much to happen. Bar Poker Open, Golden Nugget Hotel Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada, and we're out.
Welcome to my house. It's my house. Open up the champagne, pop. It's my house, come on, turn it up. Hear a knock on the door and the night begins. Cause we've done this before, so you come on in. Make yourself at my home, tell me where you been. Pour yourself something cold, baby, cheers to this. Sometimes you gotta stay in, and you know where I live. Yeah, you know what we is. Sometimes you gotta stay in. Welcome to my house, baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go wild.
Hey guys, Ebony Kenny here, coming to you from the Bar Poker Open National Championship, but this time we're in Las Vegas, Nevada at the Golden Nugget Hotel and Casino.
Having a great time here, and I want to thank our league for sponsoring me down here, and I got to tell you guys, this is top notch.
It's very entertaining and very enlightening, you know, seeing how people play in different parts of the country.
I ended up getting the royal flush.
I think it is absolutely amazing that the players have the opportunity to compete in a $100,000 prize pool just for playing bar poker.
This is like a World Series of Poker to them.
This is a dream for them to be here playing because they, as a bar poker player, they probably would never experience this. So this is great.
It's only going to get bigger. That's the thing. I mean, and these guys, they're going to be able to come out and actually play for lots of money coming down the road, which is going to be amazing.
Baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go wild.
I'm coming to you from day 1B of the main event here at the Bar Poker Open, where we started with 220 players all competing for their piece of the 100K prize pool. Now we're down to 170, so stay tuned to see how many we get for tomorrow's final table. The player party at the Shark Tank in the Golden Nugget Casino. Now behind me we've got a lot of drinking, a lot of fun. I'm gonna try and get some people to dance with me, laugh with me, have a great time, so let's go.
Mi casa es tu casa, so it ain't no holding back. Another shot of vodka, you know what's in my glass. It's my house, just relax. Welcome to my house, baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go. Cheers to this. Welcome to my house. Play that music too loud. Show me what you do now. We don't have to go wild.
We're all done for the night. We're gonna see you guys tomorrow, the final table, live stream, so much to happen. Bar Poker Open, Golden Nugget Hotel Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada, and we're out.
Welcome to my house. It's my house. open up the champagne, pop. It's my house, come on, turn it up. Hear a knock on the door and the night begins. Cause we've done this before, so you come on in. Make yourself at my home, tell me where you been. Pour yourself something cold, baby, cheers to this. Sometimes you gotta stay in, and you know where I live. Yeah, you know what we is. Sometimes you gotta stay in. Welcome to my house, baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go around.
Hey guys, Ebony Kenny here, coming to you from the Bar Poker Open National Championship, but this time we're in Las Vegas, Nevada at the Golden Nugget Hotel and Casino.
Having a great time here, and I want to thank our league for sponsoring me down here, and I got to tell you guys, this is top notch.
It's very entertaining and very enlightening, seeing how people play in different parts of the country.
I end up getting a royal flush.
I think it is absolutely amazing that the players have the opportunity to compete in a $100,000 prize pool just for playing bar poker.
This is like a World Series of Poker to them.
This is a dream for them to be here playing because they, as a bar poker player, they probably would never experience this. So this is great.
It's only going to get bigger. That's the thing. I mean, and these guys, they're going to be able to come out and actually play for lots of money coming down the road, which is going to be amazing.
Baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go around.
I'm coming to you from day 1B of the main event here at the Bar Poker Open, where we started with 220 players all competing for their piece of the 100K prize pool. Now we're down to 170, so stay tuned to see how many we get for tomorrow's final table. Hey guys, we're here at the player party at the Shark Tank in the Golden Nugget Casino. Now behind me we've got a lot of drinking, a lot of fun. I'm gonna try and get some people to dance with me, laugh with me, have a great time, so let's go.
Mi casa es tu casa, so it ain't no holding back. Another shot of vodka, you know what's in my glass. It's my house, just relax. Welcome to my house, baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go around. Welcome to my house. Play that music too loud. Show me what you do now. We don't have to go around.
We're all done for the night. We're gonna see you guys tomorrow, the final table, live stream, so much to happen. Bar Poker Open, Golden Nugget Hotel Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada, and we're out.
Welcome to my house. It's my house.
Less than 100,000.
So the antes are 100,000.
They've been 100,000.
The blinds are
4 and 8.
4 and 8.
Next, in 11 minutes, they're going to be at 5 and $1 million. No, you're good. Congratulations, guys.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. You guys did great to come this far.
I think we're just awesome.
Oh, of course. Any tournament, you gotta get this out.
I thought I was out.
Hey guys, we are back. We're gonna start heads up play, so this could either be very quick or not at all.
You know, I do what I can. I do what I can.
I do. I am on the live stream. I got 5 ones. Oh, I got a 5.
She's gonna be small.
Shit.
Because she was just big last year.
Oh, sorry guys, I'm like cursing up a storm.
So you're gonna be 800,000.
All right. So we did a little, as you guys can see, we did a little bit of coloring up. And yeah, so Donna's got 13 million, Phil's got 1.3 million.
Feeling it.
Yeah, let's see. Steak 925. You gotta be nice. Wait on my co-host to come back. Says, Ebony, you need to get rid of that Lyle Lovett hairdo. You need to fire your stylist. I like my hairdo, thank you very much. And if I did everything, you know, if I jumped at every time somebody told me they didn't like something about me, I'd be busy all day long. I wouldn't be happy and, you know, being able to do my own thing. So thanks, but no thanks, Steak 925. Thick gravy. Thick gravy enema. I can't even. The screen. I love the hair, Ebony. Thank you very much.
All right, so we got mixed mixed commentary on the hair.
That's screaming though.
Yeah, that's outrageous. It's not even just gravy enema. It's thick.
That's so awful. Oh my god.
Ebony, what's your favorite hair color? Blue, purple?
I think, I don't know. I almost think when I did like light pink, that might have been my favorite. Although this color that I have right now, this is new for me. So this might be my favorite.
Maybe.
So we'll see. I get bored easily, so
Yes, I know.
whatever.
Fair enough.
Look at this, first hand and heads up play, and Donna's got ace 9.
And considering that they each have about, well, he has about one big blind, it's a pretty good time to have a hand.
I have to raise it.
So
What just happened? Did she just call?
I'm not sure.
No, okay,
He's
she
all in.
raised.
He's all
But
in.
boom.
She raised. He's
Oh, Phil's
They're
not
all
even
in.
really live either. He's got
Yeah, this is
8-9.
a
He's
tough
just
spot.
absolutely dominated. Hot Donna is in prime position to take this bad boy down.
And I want to point out before the flop comes off that Hot Donna was my pick to win it of the 4 people I interviewed, and Phil was Ebony's pick to win of the 4 people that she interviewed. So we just kind of killed it on our picks.
Or as Jesse said, this is why we're pros.
Oh, the chive says I need some mic gain. Did
Yeah,
you?
I just
Oh, okay,
turned that
that's
up.
fine.
Look at all the, we got some people cheering for 8s.
Here we go. Oh, the
There's
8.
an 8.
Phil, you are doing it tonight.
Literally 9 lives.
This is like at least the 7th life, right?
Yeah.
Something like that. Oh! If it's another 8, I'm going to have another glass of wine.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
For sure.
Phil looks at the camera and says there's 2 more 8s in there.
Yeah, there is.
All right,
Oh,
Donna takes it down. So Phil is going to, you know, he gets second place. He gets a nice $13,000 for second place. Not a bad showing, but Hot Donna.
Hot Donna getting it done.
Yeah, so you know what's crazy about, so first and second are both new poker leagues to the Bar Poker Open. So just a huge shout out to Nevada Poker League and Poker Pub of Tucson. And, you know, I think we're gonna do a players interview, and I'm gonna make Jesse, you know, do the interview with me. And so it's gonna do, we're gonna do like a little co-winners interview. So
Let's
Hot
do it.
Donna takes it down, wins 24,000, and you guys just give us a couple minutes to set up for the interview, and yeah. So that's it.
Congratulations to all the final tablists, but to Hot Donna, well done.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We'll do a little, a quick little closeout before because once we do the interview, we're all done. So a big shout out to Eastern Poker Tour and River Chasers and Glenn and Griff and the producer Andrew and, you know, the Bar Poker Open and Golden Nugget Hotel and Casino for having us. And you know, you guys got to get out there and start playing at your local bars and tell them you want to be a part of the Bar Poker Open. And we will see you guys again in December for the Atlantic City 100K Guaranteed Bar Poker Open Championship at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. And we'll see you guys in a couple minutes for the winner's interview.
Everyone down here.
Open up the champagne, pop. It's my house, come on, turn it up. Hear a knock on the door and the night begins. Cause we've done this before, so you come on in. Make yourself at my home, tell me where you been. Pour yourself something cold, baby, cheers to this. Sometimes you gotta stay in, and you know where I live. Yeah, you know what we is. Sometimes you gotta stay in. Welcome to my house, baby, take control now. We can't even slow down. We don't have to go around.
Hey guys, Ebony Kenny here, coming to you from the Bar Poker Open National Championship, but this time we're in Las Vegas, Nevada at the Golden Nugget Hotel and Casino.
Having a great time here, and I want to thank our league for sponsoring me down here. And I got to tell you guys, this is top notch.
It's very entertaining and very enlightening, seeing how people play in different parts of the country.
I ended up getting a royal flush.
I think it is absolutely amazing that the players have the opportunity to compete in a $100,000 prize pool just for playing bar poker.
This is like a World Series of Poker to them.
This is a dream for them to be here playing because they, as a bar poker player, they probably would never experience this. So this is great.